May be seated. We're present in case number 2020 CF 2361, State of Florida versus Laurie Shaver. With the parties present, please identify themselves for the record.
Bruce Shaver from the State of Florida.
Bruce Buckman from the state.
Jeffrey Wiggs on behalf of Laurie Shaver. See you July.
Ms. Shaver, please state your name and raise your right hand. I'll swear you in.
Laurie Plummer, previously known as Laurie Shaver.
All right. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right. Thank you. Are there any preliminary matters, or are we ready for the jurors?
The only preliminary matter from the state is I do have a courtesy copy for the court regarding the motion about the witness, Townson. I'm going to provide you a file this morning. We don't need to address the merits of this until the defenses start presenting their case.
Yes, sir.
But I told the court and Mr. Wiggs yesterday that I would be filing that this morning. We filed it this morning. Give you and Mr. Wiggs courtesy copies.
Yeah. Judge, I'd take it up at this time. The state is seeking to exclude Ms. Johnson as the minor's guardian in this case. Judge Singletary had signed an order appointing Ms. Shaver as counsel on behalf of the minor child. Ms. Johnson on behalf of the minor child. She's aware, the state was aware that the child had a guardian appointed. And the concept was, and the understanding is, that somebody's representing the child and somebody would need to appear at the time that she testifies to vouch that her testimony is free and voluntary. We had filed, in addition to that, a motion to appoint a psychological, sociological expert for analysis of the minor child to request payment by the state. We did that requesting that there be evidence to be offered in the court that nobody's tampered with the child, that the child's testimony is free and voluntary. The state objected to that. The state objected to Ms. Johnson even being appointed. Judge Singletary saw fit that Ms. Johnson be appointed in the cause. So the state has all along known that Ms. Johnson is a representative of the child, was likely to be called on behalf of the child, and there's no prejudice that the state has inured to the representation that Ms. Johnson has not formally been listed as a defense witness on the defense witness list. They were on notice the whole time that Ms. Johnson's involved in the case and representing the child. As I advised the state yesterday at the court, that the competency of any minor is always an issue, and somebody has to vouch that the child or the minor's testimony is free and voluntary. That's why we sought the additional appointment of a psychological expert so there'd be all alleviation of any doubt that the testimony is free and voluntary. And I stated to the court as well that Ms. Johnson's testimony would be called for a limited purpose, and that is to advise the court that she's gone over the rights with the minor child. She's spoken with the child, that the child appears to desire to testify free and voluntary, that there's been no coercion, no tampering with the child, and all testimony and interviews have occurred in her presence. So her presence is very limited in this case, all of which the state has been aware from the very beginning.
When would Ms. Johnson be available for proffer?
She'll be available probably tomorrow. Judge, we told her that we believe that the state's going to rest and she'd be available tomorrow.
All right, that's what the state was suggesting in their motion, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, so what time? Could we have her proffer at 8:30 tomorrow morning?
Sure.
Mr. Wiggs?
That's fine.
All right. We'll continue to court will reserve ruling, and Ms. Johnson will be requested to be here at 8:30 tomorrow morning, where a proffer will be conducted.
I presume the greater motion or the greater purpose of the state, Judge, is the state, Ms. Johnson met with the state, relaying the information that the child had relayed to her, and seeking to promote the interest of the child that the state investigate the case and speak with the child. The state was unwilling to investigate or to speak with the minor child at any time. So I believe that's what the shutdown attempt is, but the judge has previously approved the order. The state's had full knowledge that she's involved in the case.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, just because Mr. Wiggs has insinuated this on multiple occasions about the state's refusal to talk to her. We deposed her. We subpoenaed her. By way of subpoenaing her, we gave her immunity for her statements, knowing what Mr. Wiggs said she was going to say. So these references that the state refused to talk to this child is patently false. It's on the record that there is a deposition of her where I questioned the witness about what happened in an official setting once the witness, and that happened after the witness was listed by Mr. Wiggs. So saying that the state never talked to her, refused to look into this, refused to do it, it's just false, and there's record activity that shows that that is not true.
And what they did, Judge, is late in the game they spoke to her, way after we originally proffered to the state what she would say. They just took a defensive position with the minor. They never took the information that she relayed to them and went with it. The information that we had relayed to the jury in our opening about Mr. Townson's involvement. They never did a thing with it. So the only thing they did is they took a defensive deposition late in the game.
The court will reserve ruling, and the matter will be addressed tomorrow morning at 8:30.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Any other matters?
One other matter, Judge. Ms. Felmer brought to my attention, looking at social media, some of the state's witnesses have been on social media, monitoring social media, and those witnesses were Kendall Davidowski,
No, Kendall.
Kendall Windsor, I think her name is now, and Rebecca Filmer. We have screenshots of their communications and that they were looking at it and commenting on it on social media yesterday, long after the rule of sequestration has been invoked. If I need to approach the court, show the court the screenshot.
Have you shown the state? Have you shown the state?
No, I haven't.
Please show the state if you would.
Well, first of all, Kendall Windsor's not testifying.
All right, so that's a non-issue. What about Rebecca Filmer?
I don't see anything where she's made any sort of comments about anything.
All right, well, take your time.
This is supposed to be 4 hours ago from yesterday, pushed by daylight protest, and there's 3 of them on there.
On court TV is yesterday.
We can address it when Ms. Filmer testifies.
All right. Then are there any, court will reserve ruling. Are there any other issues?
That's it, Judge.
All right, we'll call the jurors in. Thank you. Please call the jury. please be seated. I see that all of the members of the jury have returned. And a question for all of the jurors. Have you spoken to anyone about the case? Okay. Have you spoken to each other about the case? Okay, everyone has indicated no to those questions. And have you interacted with any of the attorneys? Okay, everyone has indicated no. Have you viewed any media concerning the case? Okay, everyone has indicated no. Have you conducted any research regarding the case? Everyone has indicated no. Thank you very much. Thank you again for your time, attention, and patience today. State, you may proceed.
State calls Robert Seahorn.
Judge, can we approach, please?
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Please state your name for the record.
My name's Robert Seahorn,
Please spell your full legal name.
Robert, last name Ceja.
And please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Good morning. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Good morning. I am Robert Seahorn. I am the owner and operator of the equestrian facility on the premises of the location that you guys were all talking about with this case behind.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry.
We just asked you a little bit of questions. We got you here. When you're talking about you operate that facility, was that a piece of property which was a neighbor to the Shaver residence?
Correct.
And through that, did you meet Laurie Shaver?
Yes.
And do you see her in the courtroom today? Can you identify her by something that she's wearing?
Yes. Right over here in the black blazer.
Okay. Which seat is she in?
In the middle.
Okay. Now, did you ever know Michael Shaver?
No.
Had you ever met Travis Filmer?
I have.
Okay. Now, when did your business move into that property?
2016, operations started to begin.
Okay. And do you remember what month?
The summer months. Construction phases happened a couple months in the summer months, and then started getting heavily right between the summer to the...
Now, at some point, did you purchase a firearm from Laurie Shaver?
Yes.
And what was the circumstances that happened?
Circumstances where I got a text, would you be interested in a firearm or someone that you know of?
And who was that text from?
Laurie Shaver.
Okay. And did you express potential interest?
Yes.
And can you describe the firearm that she was selling?
Yes, it's a pink .38 special with black handle and a little bit of chrome or gray.
Did you end up purchasing this one?
Yes.
Now, at some point, law enforcement had come on to the property for a couple of days executing a search warrant. Were you aware, or did you ever see that activity?
Yes.
Do you remember when the purchase of that weapon was in relation to that search?
Approximately 3 months, 2 to 3 months beforehand.
Okay. And did you end up purchasing that weapon?
Yes.
Showing you it's previously been marked as State's Exhibit R. for identification. Going to go ahead and just pass a pair of scissors here. Let's go ahead and open it up with the seal there. Without taking that out or anything like that, do you recognize that firearm?
Yes, I do.
Is that the firearm that you purchased from Laurie Shaver?
Yes.
And the color and other features of it are distinctive to you?
The colors match and very distinctive.
And after that purchase occurred, at some point did law enforcement come to make contact with you and ask about this firearm?
Correct.
And at that time, did you turn this firearm over to law enforcement?
I did.
Your Honor, this time the state moved State's Exhibit R into evidence at State's 26.
Judge, again, we renew our objection. It's not relevant. It's not probative to any material fact in this case. This gun has not been linked to this crime in any form or any manner.
All right, the objection is overruled. States R will be entered into evidence as states number 26.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Wiggs?
Yes. Morning, Mr. Seahorn. How are you?
Seha.
Pardon me?
Seha.
Seahorn, okay. Excuse me. When you purchased this gun, no statements were made by Ms. Shaver indicating it had been used in any crime or any ill-motive purpose, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know if Ms. Shaver had ever sold any other items from her residence?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Now, did there come a time when you contacted Ms. Shaver advising her that you'd seen somebody trespassing on her property?
Correct.
Okay. Tell us about that.
Okay. So, as stated,
Relevance.
we have the...
Sidebar, please. Hold on, sir.
Sir, you had seen somebody trespassing upon the property, correct?
Correct. I wouldn't possibly say just trespass until we're from the horse. I'll get it in perspective. We are 10 acres away. On the other side, I see a human silhouette. I don't know at that time if anyone was supposed to be there or not, but from the current situation of, I believe that Laurie was off the property, no one should be there. At that point, I would assume it would be on the terms of trespassing, but not 100%.
But you knew Laurie was off the property at that time or away from the residence?
Correct.
One moment, please, Judge.
Yes, sir.
No further questions. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. State?
Just say when did that happen?
I cannot recall.
Was it 2019, 2020, 2021?
It would be in the realm of 2018.
Okay. And so sometime in 2018, but you don't know when.
Springtime, possibly around 2018, if I'm recollecting around there.
And you didn't see this silhouette carrying anything or doing anything?
No, as 10 acres is, depending on where you're at, about 660 feet to 1,000 feet away. It's a little bit harder to see.
And You actually don't even know who this person is.
No clue, nothing.
And you are just assuming that this person was not supposed to be there.
Correct.
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Wiggs? May the witness be released from his subpoena?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you for appearing, sir. You're released from further testimony. Have a good day. Your next witness, please.
The state calls Joseph Bray.
Good morning, sir. Please come up to the witness stand. Make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to proceed. All right, please state and spell your full legal name.
Joseph Lee Bray, JOSEPHLEEBRAY.
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Joseph Bray.
Where do you work?
I own JB Guns.
What is JD Guns?
It's a retail sporting goods firearm business.
Where is that located?
It's in Bushnell, Florida.
And have you ever had an occasion to meet Laurie Shaver?
I did. I met her at an audio shop in Lake County.
And when you were there, did you overhear Ms. Shaver discussing with any other individuals potential sale of firearms?
Yes, the owner of the audio shop, she was talking to him about possibly trading guns for maybe audio work.
And as an individual that owns a gun shop, was that of interest to you?
It was. I sat back and waited for her to quit talking to the owner, and once she walked away from the owner, I went up to him and said, if you're not interested in any of this, I would be interested in possibly asking her about purchasing the firearms.
And did you ultimately, are you aware whether or not she did in fact sell any of those firearms to the audio shop?
I believe she did trade one firearm to the audio shop owner.
Did you end up purchasing any firearms from her?
I did, yes, sir.
And how many firearms and what was the price that you paid?
I purchased 9 in total from her, and I believe we agreed on $1,000.
And what kind of firearms did you purchase?
There was a little bit of everything. There was a AR-15, there was a few Colt revolvers, older revolvers, Maverick 88 shotgun, an old 410 bolt action shotgun, an old FN 1900, and there was a Marlin Model 60 and I believe a Winchester 94.
And at some point, did you reach out and tell law enforcement about these firearms that you had purchased?
I did, yes, sir. After I saw the news coverage about the missing person, I recognized the house and Miss Shaver, and I reached out to a friend that worked at Sumter County.
And ultimately, did you relay this information to the Lake County Sheriff's Office?
I did, yes, sir.
Nothing further at this time.
Mr. Wiggs?
United States Police Court.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bray, was there a male with Miss Shaver?
There was, yes, sir.
Yeah, tall man,
Yes.
dark hair.
I don't remember his hair color. I just remember a taller, in-shape man with her.
Kind of thin?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How high? Do you remember?
I do not. I just remember he was quite a bit taller than she was.
Yeah. Taller than me?
What's that, sir?
Taller than me?
I would say so.
Was he introduced to you at all?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, do you happen to know whether or not any of these guns were tested by law enforcement?
As far as I'm aware, they were not.
Okay. Were any of these guns returned to you
What do you mean returned to me?
after law enforcement had done whatever they had to do with them? Did anybody tell you that we don't need these?
I had already sold the guns long before law enforcement
Okay.
found out about them.
So you had sold them,
Yes, sir.
okay, when law enforcement spoke to you. But you recall this mail with Miss Shaver, correct?
I do, yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, State.
Mr. Bray, when did you purchase these guns from Ms. Shaver?
Like date-wise, I believe it was December 5th to like the 8th, somewhere right in there, because I logged them in my logbook on the 8th of December.
Which year?
15?
Thank you. Nothing further, Judge.
All right, thank you. Mr. Wiggs?
Thank you, Judge.
Okay. All right, sir. You are released from further testimony. Have a good day. Thank you for being here today.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
The state calls Travis Filmer.
All right, good morning. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated. Make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to go. Please state and spell your full legal name.
Yes, my name is Travis Filmer, Travisfilmer.
All right, please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Morning. Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Hi, my name is Travis. I'm Laurie's husband.
And are you a convicted felon?
Correct.
How many times have you been convicted of a felony?
I have 2 charges against me. 2 convictions.
Would it help refresh your recollection of that if I showed you your judgment, sir?
Sure.
So do you remember this case?
Yes. Yes.
One felony there?
Yep.
In this case, 2 felonies there.
Oh, so when I was 18, that was 2?
So you have a total of 3.
Okay. Yep.
You agree with that?
I do.
Now, you said you're Laurie Shaver's husband.
Correct.
Can you identify her and point her out in court today, please?
Laurie's right there.
And which seat is she sitting in?
The second.
And how did you meet Ms. Shaver?
I met Miss Filmer at through my brother. He knew her from the gym, and he introduced us at her residence at a get-together that he had put together with his now current wife.
And when was that get-together?
Late January 2016, I believe.
And why did your brother put together a gathering at her house?
He said it was something for work, a get-together for work.
Were you aware of any time that either your brother or his now wife was living at Ms. Shaver's residence?
At that time, no.
When did they live there?
I think his wife was there. She was there sometime before that, I guess.
Okay. So she was living there before that time frame in 2016?
Correct.
And when did you and Ms. Shaver start dating?
Late May of 2016.
So between January and May, what was your relationship at that time?
We didn't have one.
Did you communicate, text, phone, anything like that?
We had a few conversations here and there, but we didn't. I was in a relationship. She made it very clear to me the first night that we met that she was in a relationship. So we didn't communicate.
And at the time that you started dating, had she ever told you what her marital status was?
No, sir.
Had she ever told you that she was single, but she had been previously divorced?
she told me that she was in a relationship with a gentleman, but at that time never got into any marital status.
Do you remember giving a deposition in this case?
I do.
Do you remember saying anything different about what her representations of her marital status was at that time?
At the time that we first met?
I'm talking about when you started dating her. Did she ever talk about her marital status?
No.
Okay. Do you remember giving that deposition?
I remember having a deposition, correct.
I'm going to go ahead and refer to page 4, line 25, Mr. Woods, showing you a copy of that deposition. Go ahead and read to yourself line 24 and 25.
Yeah, that didn't happen at that time.
Had she ever told you that she was divorced?
Yes, sir.
All right. What was her ex-husband's name then?
Michael.
And what did she tell you about the whereabouts of her ex-husband at that time?
She just told me that they were divorced and that he wanted nothing to do with the family, did not know where he was, and he was not around.
And had she expressed to you that he left and wasn't having contact with the children?
Correct.
And how long did you date until you moved into her home?
A few months.
Do you remember about when you actually moved in, what month it would have been?
Probably July, late July.
And who all was living at that home at that time?
Laurie, her 2 kids, and Becca.
And Rebecca is...
Rebecca, yeah.
That would be your brother's girlfriend at the time?
Correct.
Now, and they're now married?
Correct.
How long did Rebecca stay living in that home?
I don't know.
Did she end up moving out around December 31st, 2016?
I have no idea.
Okay. And in December 31st, 2015, did you have some sort of commitment ceremony with Laurie Shaver?
I'm sorry, you just said December 31st, 2015.
Thank you for correcting me. December 31st, 2016.
Yes, sir.
All right. And when you say commitment ceremony, what is that?
Just a commitment to each other under God.
And had you had any discussions about why you wouldn't just get legally married at that point?
Yes, sir.
And why did she tell you that she didn't want to get legally married?
Laurie, when we were talking about marriage, in conversation, told me that she did not want to sign.
All right, sidebar, please.
Why did she tell you she did not want to get legally married?
She told me that due to the extreme trauma and abuse of her previous marriage, she did not want to sign a contract with another man that she felt like gives the man to make her property.
All right. Do you remember giving a deposition where I asked you a very similar question?
Yes, sir.
And at that time you said she didn't want to get married because she had financial issues.
100%.
Okay. So not what you just said.
No.
But financial.
Together with what I just said.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and show you that deposition. Just going to go ahead and ask you to reference that section where you're talking about that.
I'd ask the state to advise on the page and line that they're referencing.
Yes, please recite the page and line number. Thank you.
It is page 8, lines 8 through 11. Mr. Fuller, you had an opportunity to review that?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, you did not say anything about the violence, it was about financial issues.
I did not.
Okay. But now when you're testifying, when your wife is facing murder charges, Now your testimony has changed.
She was facing murder charges when we had that deposition.
But your testimony has changed.
It has not.
Okay. Now, in September of 2016, did you help pour a cement slab in the backyard of the residence where you are now living?
I did.
And who helped you with that?
Laurie.
Did your brother help you with that as well?
No, sir.
In order to do that, did you go and rent a cement mixer from Home Depot?
I did.
All right. I'm showing you, show defense. It's been previously marked with State's Exhibit AA. You recognize this receipt?
Sure.
And is that the receipt for the cement mixer that you rented to help pour this?
Yeah, it looks like one.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state removes State's AA into evidence as State's number 27.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, State's AA will be moved into evidence as State's number 27.
And can you go ahead and just read out when that was rented?
When it was rented?
Yes.
The date says 9/12/2016.
At that commitment ceremony that you referenced in December of 2016, what was Laurie wearing?
A white dress.
And did someone escort her to where you were?
Yes, I'm trying to remember who that was.
Was it your grandfather?
Yes, sir, it was.
Was there basically some sort of official there doing the proceeding?
Correct.
For anyone looking at this, this would look like a wedding.
100%.
And had you represented to everyone that you were getting married at that time?
No.
Okay, so no one thought that this was a wedding?
No.
I'm going to go ahead and show you State's CC for identification.
All right, let's have a sidebar, please. All right, thank you. As a housekeeping matter, State's AA exhibit or item of evidence number 27 is now properly marked for identification purposes as State's BB Bravo Bravo and has been entered into evidence as State's number 27. All right, please proceed. Thank you.
Showing a witness what has been previously marked as State's CC. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
Is that a photograph from this commitment ceremony?
That is.
And is this a true and accurate depiction of the ceremony on that day in December 31st, 2016?
Yes, sir.
At this time, the state moves CC into evidence as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
Okay.
State's CC will be entered into evidence as State's number 28.
Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes, sir.
So, at the time you were doing this ceremony in this fashion in front of your friends and family, you're saying that you had not represented this as a wedding?
That we told everybody it was a ceremony, correct.
Now, in 2018, law enforcement responds to your home, and eventually skeletal remains are found in your backyard. Do you remember that?
I do.
And at that time, did you ask Miss Shaver how that body got back?
I did not.
So this person that you were in this committed relationship with that had told you that her husband had just left, just had no contact with the kids, there's a body found in the backyard, and you don't ask her a single question.
That's not exactly what happened. Laurie called me on the day that the detective showed up at the house. I was at work. I had just gotten off work, and she called me sobbing, crying, and I asked her what was wrong. She proceeded to tell me that detectives had shown up at the house and they were asking about Michael. She then told me that they had left. I told her I will be home shortly. I worked real close to where we were living, and I got home, walked in the house. As soon as I walked in the house, a detective knocked on the door. He proceeded to ask me if I knew anything about Michael. I said no, I've never met him. I couldn't even tell you what he looks like if you showed me a picture. And which detectives did show me a picture. I was like, okay. They just told me we'll be in touch, and that was that. I walked back in the house. I told Laurie, I said, it looks like something serious is going on. You need to get an attorney.
But specifically, you did not ask her anything about the fact that that body was from the backyard.
Correct.
Do you remember ever saying that at one point you did ask her about it and she said she had no idea about it?
No, sir.
No. After the body was discovered, did you speak with law enforcement?
I had multiple conversations with law enforcement.
Did you ever make the statement, it is not that he is, the statement relaying from Ms. Shaver, that it is not that he is missing, it is that he is no longer walking the face of this earth? Have you ever made that statement to law enforcement?
Thank you for bringing that up, because there's a point of clarification. I understand
Sir,
what
please
you're...
don't argue. Please answer the question.
Yes, sir. I did not make that statement.
Okay. You never made that statement to law enforcement?
Not exactly as you're saying it, no.
Did you ever make that statement to Robert Proper?
Not as you're saying it, no.
And who is Robert Proper?
He's somebody that I have done work for.
Is he a friend of yours?
No, sir.
Have you known him for a long time?
I have known of him for a long time.
You have no issues with him, though?
I do not.
You are now officially married to Ms. Shaver, correct? Correct. When did that occur?
2020.
Do you have any children with her?
I do.
How many?
2.
What are their names?
Erilyn and Samuel.
Has your relationship with your brother and your family changed in any way since you started a relationship with Ms. Shaver?
Not since I started a relationship with her, since this investigation started.
Has there ever been a time where Ms. Shaver used your phone to text your brother where she was acting as if she was you?
Not to my knowledge.
Have you ever told anyone that she did that?
No.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Wiggs?
Yes, may it please the court.
Yes, sir.
Travis, let's take up with one of the last issues that the state was asking you about some statement. The state was implying that you had made some statement possibly that Laurie made about, well, he's not walking this earth, something in that nature. Could you tell us the circumstances of any questioning by law enforcement?
Law enforcement wanted to have an interview with me, and I did not want to speak with them. One of the detectives had told me that if I do not speak with them, I would feel the full force of the United States government. I ended up having a conversation with that detective, and I told him that I was working for Mr. Proper, and that him and I were sitting on the back of my truck at the time, and he asked me what did I think was going on. And I proceeded to tell him that based on law enforcement's response, I didn't think that this was a welfare check. I didn't think that he was walking around anymore.
I see. Now, tell me about, did law enforcement come out to the residence and say they were conducting a welfare check?
I believe so.
Okay, did you confront or speak with law enforcement in the backyard about their presence and why they were there?
No, the only time I spoke with law enforcement at the property was the day that they were doing their investigation.
Okay. Did law enforcement question you in the yard whether or not you saw anything unusual or anything of that nature?
Oh, during the interview, law enforcement asked me if I had ever seen anything unusual, and I pointed a place out in the very back of the yard and said if I had to point something out, I would say this is, and it was a large mound. It was a large mound of dirt. So I pointed that out. The officer had the property pulled up on his phone, Google Earth, and he proceeded to point me towards the fireplace and asked me if there was anything unusual about the fireplace. I said no. I said the only thing that I've ever seen unusual is this very large amount of dirt in the back of the property. He then directed me back to the fireplace, and he did that a few times. And I just told him, I said, I have no idea what you're talking about.
I see. Okay. So there was a period of time in which this patio was poured, correct?
I'm sorry, say that again?
There was a period of time, as the state's referenced, about a mixer being rented, correct? Okay. You and Laurie pouring the patio, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, the state has suggested that this date of death was, I believe, around 9/12/16.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right. Sidebar, please. There's an objection. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, a specific date was stated on the record. Please disregard that date. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. So law enforcement directs you to this patio, correct?
Yes, sir.
You helped lay the patio, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you see anything unusual as you laid the patio?
No, when Laurie and I first met, the patio / fireplace that is in question right now, the dirt was already graded out. The form of the fireplace was already there. So there was concrete bags in one of the sheds that was at the property when I met Laurie.
How long had they sat on the property, to your knowledge?
I have no idea.
Were they there several months or what?
After Laurie and I met?
Yeah.
Oh, it was months.
Did there appear to be any hurry to lay a patio?
No, sir. In fact, the only reason why we decided to lay the patio was Isabel, Laurie's oldest daughter, her birthday's in September. So we were going to have a large get-together, a birthday party, and the area around the fire pit was all mud. So we decided, well, the concrete's there in the shed, we're going to go ahead and lay that so people don't have to stand in mud during the celebration.
Okay. The mixer that you rented, did you use a credit card or cash?
I don't remember. It could have been either or.
There wasn't any effort to try to conceal your whereabouts, disguise your presence in there, correct?
No.
Anybody substitute their presence for you?
No, sir.
Did you ask anybody other than taking care of this personally?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you see evidence of any crime within the residence the whole time you were there?
Never.
Okay. One moment, please, Judge.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, sir. Redirect?
Yes, sir.
And may the witness be excused from his subpoena.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you for appearing today. You're excused from further testimony. Have a good day. Okay, your next witness.
Robert Proper.
Good morning, sir. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated, make yourself comfortable, and let me know when you're ready to proceed. All right, please state and spell your full legal name.
My name is Robert Proper. Robert, R-O-B-E-R-T, Proper, P-R-O-P-E-R.
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Robert Bob Proper, live in Groveland. I'm not sure what all you need.
Do you know Travis Filmer?
I do.
And how do you know him?
Through my church, Real Life Christian Church.
And how long have you known Mr. Filmer?
Since approximately 2013, 2014, something like that.
And what is your relationship with him?
A friend. I believe in mentoring and try to work with young men. And he's somebody that I met, and we became friends.
And through that, have you ever met Laurie Shaver?
Yes.
Has there ever been a time frame where you would socialize with Travis Filmer and Laurie Shaver?
Well, we did have some small group sessions together with other couples. We did financial counseling and some marital type relationship counseling.
And do you have any personal knowledge about when their relationship started or when they moved in together or anything like that?
Not specifically, no.
And had she ever made any representations about what had happened with her prior husband?
That she was divorced and he was gone.
Now, at some point, an investigation starts and law enforcement is on the Shaver property, and the remains of Michael Shaver are found. Did you have any conversations with Travis Filmer about what was going on at that time?
Not specifically about those actions. My interaction with him was a little bit different than that.
At any point did he tell you any statements about what Laurie said about her husband?
Objection.
Sidebar, please. It's okay. All right. Ezra, please.
Did Mr. Filmer make a statement that he said was represented from Laurie Shaver?
Yes. Yes.
What was that?
We were discussing Mr. Shaver's disappearance, and he made the statement basically that it wasn't a matter of he was missing, he was no longer walking the earth.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, Mr. Wiggs.
Yeah, and please support. And was that Mr. Filmer's opinion?
He's the one that told me.
Yeah. He made some statement to you that, well, maybe he's not walking this earth, correct?
He told me that it wasn't a matter of missing, that it was a matter of he wasn't walking the earth.
That was what he speculated.
That was his statement to me.
What he speculated, correct?
His statement to me.
Argument.
It was his statement.
Overruled. Please continue.
I'm sorry?
That's what you speculated his thought process was, correct?
No, sir.
Did you get any statement in writing from this man?
I had no need to.
Did you have a counseling session with him?
I'm not a counselor. I'm a friend.
Do you do any counseling?
Not professionally.
Okay, do you do any premarital counseling?
Not professionally.
Okay, well, I mean, you don't hold a degree.
Correct.
Do you want to officially hold yourself out and do any kind of counseling?
I routinely meet with young men and older men. I'm doing that tonight.
Okay, so you do some counseling and some unofficiated counseling without a degree.
I would call it mentoring.
Mentoring, okay, that's what you call it. Well, whatever Travis said to you is not documented, correct?
Just just my word.
Okay, just your word, and your word may be different than Mr. Filmer's, correct?
All I'm doing is repeating what he told me.
Okay. And you recognize that reasonable minds may differ as to what was said or what may be interpreted, correct?
I don't know what you mean by that, but
Okay.
I can.
One person may watch TV.
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
No, not. He says he doesn't know what
All right, overruled. Please proceed.
Somebody may watch TV and see something on TV and interpret it a little different than the person seated next to them, correct?
Certainly that can happen.
Right. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Redirect.
Yes, sir.
And may the witness be released from his subpoena.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you for appearing, sir. You're released from further testimony. Have a good day. Your next witness?
State calls Austin Filmer.
Judge, will you approach?
Yes, sir. Come on up for a sidebar. Thank you. All right, at this point, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we'll take a comfort break for about 5-10 minutes. And thank you again for your time and attention. Please take the jurors out. Thank you. All right, please be seated. All right, sir, I'm going to make a preliminary inquiry. I'll swear you in. Please state and spell your full legal name.
My name is Austin James Filmer, AUSTIN JAMESFILMER.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right, sir. And are you married?
Yes, sir.
Who is your wife?
Rebecca Urbanowski.
Okay. And so Rebecca Urbanowski, not Filmer.
Correct. She didn't take my last name.
All right, sir. And have you at any time seen your wife, Rebecca Urbanowski, conducting any research regarding this case?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you see your wife viewing any media concerning this case?
No, sir.
Okay. Have you done any research concerning this case? Have you viewed any media concerning this case?
No, sir.
Has your wife Rebecca spoken to you about conducting any research in the case?
No, sir.
Has she spoken to you about making any comments on social media about the case?
No, sir.
All right. And does the state wish to inquire? Okay, Mr. Wiggs.
Do you know if your wife's been looking at any social media?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Is that to the satisfaction of the parties?
Yes, Judge.
All right. Then let's take a 5-minute comfort break while the jury's out. And Mr. Filmer, you're welcome to leave the witness stand if you wish. And
Okay.
we'll call you back.
As soon as the break's over, we'll call you.
All right. We're in recess.
Yes. There. Okay. Understood.
Go take your time. Please be seated. I see that all of the members of the jury have returned. Thank you again for your time and attention today. Mr. Filmer, please state your full legal name.
My name is Austin James Filmer.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name's Austin Filmer.
Do you know Travis Filmer?
I do.
How do you know him?
He's my brother.
And are you older or younger?
We're twins.
So are you older or younger?
I'm 4 minutes older.
All right. Do you know Laurie Shaver?
I do.
And how do you know her?
She's married to my brother.
You see her in the courtroom, and can you point her out?
I do.
Right.
She's sitting right there. Blonde hair, black jacket, polka dotted blouse.
Now, when did you first meet the defendant?
It was actually at my place of employment, December 2015, I believe.
And where do you work?
I work at a fitness center in Claremont.
At the time, what was that fitness center called?
That was Gold's Gym at the time.
And has it changed ownership?
Not ownership, but names.
Okay, what is its current name?
Fitness CF.
All right. Now, how did you meet her through? Well, let me ask you this: are you married?
I am, yes.
And what's your wife's name?
Rebecca Urbanowski.
Did she also work at that same facility at that time frame?
Yes, sir, she did.
And what circumstances did you meet Laurie Shaver?
My position at the time was to do an initial consultation for anyone joining the gym. So she was scheduled to do the first consultation with me, and I conducted the evaluation. Yeah.
And approximately when was this?
December 2015.
And through that meeting, did your now wife end up becoming involved with Ms. Shaver?
Yes.
and under what capacity was that?
So again, my job was to do a fitness evaluation and then place the potential client with a personal trainer. And my wife was a personal trainer at the time.
And did they start basically working together as a client-trainer relationship?
Yes, sir.
Did they end up becoming friends?
Yes.
And at a certain point, did Rebecca move into Laurie's home?
Yes.
When was that?
Not long after, a month or two maybe. Yeah, not long after.
So sometime early in 2016?
Yes, sir, correct.
Now, at any point did you live at that residence?
Not per address, but I was there a lot, and I spent a lot of time there.
Okay. And that was because your girlfriend at the time was living there?
Yep, correct.
And how long was Rebecca living at the Shaver residence?
At least 6 months, at least.
At some point, was there something that you believe to be a wedding in December of 2016?
Yes, sir, correct.
Did Rebecca stay living at the home until that time?
Yes.
Now, how did Travis and Laurie end up getting together?
Through my wife and I. Well, she wasn't my wife at the time, but through my girlfriend and I at the time. My brother and I spent time together. We were together. They were friends and roommates. So we had an outing or two where they were introduced.
And did there come to be a period of time where your brother and Ms. Shaver started dating?
Yes, sir.
And when did that start?
Let's see. Becca was there February, so I have to say maybe April, maybe.
And now we're talking 2016?
Yes, sir.
And during the time frame that your now wife was living over there, was there ever a time that you were over helping pouring a cement slab in and around the fire pit?
Yes, sir. And
tell me about how that came to be.
Sure. My brother contacted me asking me to help him pour concrete around an existing fire pit, I should say. He stated that Laurie wanted concrete poured around the fire pit itself. I mean, I told him, sure, I'd help him out.
Had you ever poured a cement slab?
No, sir.
Had your brother ever poured?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you guys have difficulties in pouring them?
Yes, sir, we did.
Now, after the body was found underneath that slab, did you ever have any conversations with Laurie or your brother about that?
Not to a large extent.
Okay. I'm just asking if you had the conversations. Now, up until that point, had Laurie ever said anything about the whereabouts of her husband, of her previous husband?
Not to me directly.
Okay. Were you ever present when Travis was talking to detectives about things Laurie had said about the body underneath that slab?
Yes, sir, I was.
And what did you hear him say to the detectives about her husband and the body being under that slab?
Objection. Hearsay.
Sidebar, please.
What did you hear your brother say to the detectives about that?
So the conversation from the detectives was a conversation that my brother had with another gentleman, and they asked him details of Michael's whereabouts, if he's known anything about their whereabouts. And his reply was something along the lines of, he's no longer walking the earth.
Now, Since Laurie became involved with your brother, has your relationship with him changed?
Extremely.
And how so?
For the negative.
And do you have as much contact with him?
Not nearly as much as we used to.
Are you able to visit him as much?
No, I cannot go over there.
And has there ever been a time that you received text messages from your brother that you thought were unusual?
Yes, sir.
And why did they seem unusual to you?
I know the language that my brother and I use when we're speaking to each other. We say things like bro and dude. I have received texts where that language was completely changed. It was more of a direct language than anything. Yeah.
And have you ever asked him about those messages and whether or not he sent them?
Yes, sir.
And what did he tell you about that?
He told me it was not him and that I was blocked on his phone.
Has he ever made any statements about Laurie making those texts to you?
He has told me that she blocked me on his phone, yes.
But as far as the text messages that you
Yes,
said
sir.
were unusual,
Objection.
All right. Sidebar, please.
Filmer, the specific text messages I'm referring to are the ones that you thought were unusual and were out of character for your brother. Have you ever asked him about the source of those texts?
Yes, sir.
And what did he tell you?
That Laurie was the one that sent those texts.
Okay. Now, the December 31st, 2016, did you attend a wedding ceremony at the Shaver residence?
Yes, sir.
And who was that between?
My brother and Laurie.
And had they represented that ceremony as anything but a wedding to you?
No, sir.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Wiggs?
You're talking about an email you received, correct?
An email?
Yeah, or text.
A text, yes.
Okay, so you get a text on one day. Your brother denies he sent it, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. You never witnessed a homicide in this case, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. You were not present to testify here about any event of violence that may have occurred, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All you're saying is you got an email on one day and your brother tells you Laurie sent it, correct?
Per the questions that were asked, yes.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Yes, sir.
Or may the witness be excused from his subpoena.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for appearing today, sir. You're excused from further testimony. Have a good day. All right, your next witness.
The state calls Wilman Nicholas.
Good morning. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated. Make yourself comfortable and let me know when you're ready to proceed. All right. Please state and spell your full legal name.
Wilma Nicholas. It's Nwilmanicholas.
And please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please be seated. Please proceed.
Good morning. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Wilma Nicholas.
And did you know Michael Shaver?
Yes.
How did you know him?
He was my neighbor.
And when you say he was your neighbor, where were you living?
Sandy Pines Road in Claremont.
Is ultimately, when you're referring to being a neighbor to the residence where his body was eventually found?
Yes.
As the neighbor, did you also know Laurie Shaver?
Yes.
You see her in the courtroom, and can you identify her by something that she's wearing?
She's sitting over at the defendant table wearing a black blazer.
Okay. Now, how long did you live next door to the Shavers?
The entire time that they lived there.
So you were there first?
Yes.
When did they first move in?
In 2014.
And what kind of neighborhood is that?
It's rural, country, farm.
Now, I'm going to go ahead and show photograph number 1 from State's Exhibit 15. Do you recognize this property?
Yes.
Okay. And what property is this?
That's the Shaver property.
Can you just step down and point without touching on the screen where your property is in relation to that?
Sure. This is my house. This was a tack room, carport, garage, and a barn.
And what kind of, is there any sort of fence or anything like that between the two properties?
It's a cattle fence that's just wire.
Okay, so it's nothing that would prevent you from seeing anything?
No.
All right, go ahead and have a seat. Thank you. Now, would you ever socialize with them?
Yes, in the beginning we did.
And was there a period of time in 2014 that Michael Shaver moved out of them?
Several periods of time.
And did he return? When did he return to live back in the home?
Well, he was gone periodically whenever there would be a dispute. She would have him leave, and then she would bring him back. So it was multiple times.
All right. When was the last time that he returned to the home before he went missing?
It was 2015 in the summer.
All right. Now, did you see, as a neighbor or at any of the times that you socialized, Michael interacting with his children?
Yes, sometimes, yeah.
And when you would see it, how was he with his kids?
Very loving, patient, calm.
Did you ever see him do anything for the kids in the backyard?
Yes.
What types of things did you see?
Well, he built a barn. He built a chicken coop, I think a bunny hutch. He was working on a duck pond.
Let me ask you about the duck pond. When, first of all, when did that construction start?
It was in the summer, I believe, of 2015.
And when we were talking about putting a at a duck pond, what type of work had been done on that?
He had dug an area. It wasn't very deep. He was pretty meticulous too with everything that he did there, so it was very neat and tidy.
Can I ask you to step down on that picture again and show the jury the area of where that duck pond was going to be?
Okay. It's right here.
Okay. Now, eventually, was that hole filled in? Was the hole that the duck, was there a period of time where it changed from a hole of the duck pond to something else?
Yes.
And what was that?
There was a cement pad. I believe it was 2 layers, and then they had some landscape break around there, and they had a fire pit.
Okay, thank you. Now, have you seen or spoken to Michael Shaver since November of 2015?
No, I have not.
And when did you first notice that the hole and, well, that the area that was going to be a duck pond had been filled in and a fire pit was put in?
It would have been around in the spring of 2016, maybe early part of the year.
Now, between the time frame in November of 2015, where you last saw or spoke with Michael Shaver, and when you noticed that that fire pit started being put in, did you smell anything unusual in the proximity of your home, the neighborhood, things of that nature?
Yes.
And in this rural setting, are there time frames where there are dead animals, cattle, horses, things of that nature?
Once in a while, my neighbor behind me had cattle, and probably in 2007, a cow died on her pasture. She didn't bury it, she just left it there. So whenever the wind blew up to my house, it was horrible, it was disgusting. So I was very familiar with that smell.
Very distinctive smell.
You don't forget it.
Now, in that time frame between November of 2015 and when the fire pit started being installed, was there a time frame that you smelled that distinctive smell again?
Yes, I did.
Now, based on your prior experiences in the neighborhood with the livestock and cattle, did that cause an immediate concern to you?
Yes, actually my son and I were on the back porch and we were talking, and I had been smelling it, but he had just come and he wrinkled his nose and said, "Do you smell that?" And I said, "Yeah."
But nothing rose to the level of you felt that you needed to call law enforcement because of the other livestock or anything like that?
No.
All right. Now, at some point, did that area that was being used as a fire pit have a cement slab put in?
Yes.
And do you remember when that was?
It was around in 2016. I believe there's 2 layers of cement that was done. The first one, I think, was in the beginning of the year, springtime. And then later on in the year, during the summer, I know it was an area that they actually launched fireworks off of during the 4th of July. So I believe it was covered by then.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Wiggs?
Yes, ma'am, please support.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, you testified that you had smelled a dead cow in the area, correct?
Many years ago, yes.
Okay. And the Shavers also had pigs, correct?
Not at that time.
Well, tell me what time it was.
Pigs came in probably later in 2016, I think.
Okay.
I think there was one potbelly pig that was in and out of the house, and I'm not sure exactly when that arrived.
Okay. Now, you never had dinner with the Shavers, did you?
Yes. Not dinner. Yeah, we did.
You sat down?
Yes.
How frequently would you go over there?
I didn't go to their house to have dinner. We had invited them over to our place it was an Easter barbecue cookout, and I'd made Easter baskets for the 2 kids and my grandson, and they went and hunted eggs that day.
You never had dinner at the Shaver residence, did you?
Not inside the house, no.
And in fact, looking at this photo, this is your house, correct?
Correct.
And there's not a clear line of sight between your house and this fire pit, is there?
Yes, there is.
There's a clear line of sight? The
Yes.
jury can look at that and see a clear line of sight?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you don't go to the Shaver residence, correct?
Yeah, I'd been to it several
Did you
times.
sit down with Miss Shaver on occasion, have tea, sit there and talk to her?
Not having tea, but I do recall I did go one time and sat and had quite a lengthy conversation with her.
Was that complaining about the pigs?
No.
You ever complained to Miss Shaver about any of the animals?
No, not to her, no.
Did they ever kill a pig over there?
I don't know. They had animals that died frequently over there.
Okay, so they had animals on the property. They had some pigs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And there was a neighbor behind y'all with horses, correct?
They came in 2016 and started a horse farm back there.
Okay, so we had horses in the area, a lady with the cow that died. We had the Shavers next door with some pigs, correct?
There were not pigs there at the time.
Okay, okay. So, do you know the date of death of Michael Shaver?
No.
Okay, so when you say at the time, you don't know when Michael Shaver died, do you?
I do know there was a period of time in 2015 and there weren't pigs there at that time.
They have any rabbits or other animals?
They did have rabbits, and I believe that came a little later.
Okay. And you said this was, when did you detect, or when was the patio put in?
I believe some cement was poured sometime around in the spring of 2016. I did not see it being poured.
So you never saw it pour. We see there's not really a clear line of sight from your house, correct?
Yes, there is.
Okay. One moment.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. Redirect?
Ms. Nicholas,
Yes.
can you explain to the jury why you're saying you have a clear line of sight over the area?
Well, in the back, on the back side of my house, I had a really large deck porch, and from there I could see directly over. Also, as I mentioned, it was a carport, which was completely open all the way through.
I'll go ahead and show photograph number 4 from Steve's exhibit, number 15. Can you just kind of show the jury the areas that you're talking about? Yes, go ahead and set that.
Okay, this, you can even see right here, it's open. You can see the front end of a car. That was open. This was probably 10 feet wide. And I was always over in this area because I did have horses. I did have a barn that used to be right here that was an open barn. It was a pole barn that didn't have walls. It was just a roof, basically. And so when I would come over and feed the horses here, I could see everything that happened along here.
And I'll go back to photograph number 1 from State's Exhibit 1. Does this photo, the area over on the left side, show your total property area, or is it?
No, just half of it.
Okay. So can you just demonstrate to the jury the rest of where your property would be on there?
Well, this is my property starting down here all the way, and then it was a whole 5 acres, and then it was further on over that way. The whole thing was only enclosed by cow fence.
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. May the witness be excused from her subpoena?
No, she's subject to recall and rebuttal.
All right. And thank you for testifying here today. Please remain at the courthouse. Would you like the witness to remain at the courthouse? Or?
No, we'll tell her when she needs to come back.
All right. Please be available for recall. Thank you. Have a good day. Your next witness.
Excuse me, Megan Cleek.
Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated, make yourself comfortable, and let me know when you're ready to proceed. Okay. Please state and spell your full legal name for the record.
Megan Cleek. First is Megan. Last is Cleek.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury again?
My name is Megan Cleek.
Where do you work now?
I currently reside in California. I'm working for the University of Maryland Global Campus.
What do you do for them?
I'm a student advisor.
Where did you work before that?
Before that, I worked with the Maryland State Police as a member of the Firearms section of their crime laboratory.
What did you do for their crime lab?
The position of a firearms examiner within a crime laboratory is responsible for the receipt, evaluation, examination of evidence specific to firearms examination, drawing conclusions based on those examinations, documenting via report, and testifying in court as necessary.
How long did you do that job for Maryland?
I was with the state of Maryland for about 1.5 years.
Prior to that, where did you work?
Prior to that, with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement in a very similar capacity.
Can you describe for the jury your training and experience that allows you to do the job you did both for Florida Department of Law Enforcement and for Maryland State Police?
I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice from Michigan State University. I'm also a graduate of the National Firearms Examiner Academy, which is hosted by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. I also participated in formalized training programs with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office and the Virginia Department of Forensic Science.
How long have you been in the field of firearms analysis?
Approximately 15 years.
Did you also go through continuing education requirements while you were at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Yes, I did.
Can you estimate about how many examinations you have done on firearms?
Thousands of examinations on firearms.
Have you been asked, in many of those examinations, probably most, to examine a firearm and determine whether or not a fired projectile or a spent shell casing is connected to that firearm or is fired from a firearm?
Yes, that is correct.
For those jurors who are not familiar with firearms at all, can you first kind of explain to the jury what is involved in that type of an analysis?
The purpose of firearms identification is the examination of fired ammunition components, most often bullets and cartridge cases, for the purpose of determining whether or not they were fired in or from a specific firearm. That's made possible by the design of the firearm and the manufacturing process, and the marks that are left on bullets and cartridge cases as a result of the firing process.
What does the term class characteristics mean in firearm analysis?
Class characteristics are the features of a firearm that are determined prior to its manufacturing process. Those features have the potential to be transferred to the fired cartridge cases and bullets that are fired in or from that firearm.
So those come from the manufacturer, correct?
Correct.
So a variety of the same type of gun, same caliber would have those same class characteristics?
Yes, that is correct.
What's meant by the term individual characteristic?
Individual characteristics are the features of a firearm that are not determined prior to the manufacture. They're incidental to the manufacturing process or the result of use, abuse, and wear of that firearm. Those characteristics also have the potential to be transferred to a fired bullet or cartridge case during the firing process.
Again, for those jurors who are not familiar with firearms, can you explain to the jury how a firearm works, and specifically addressing the difference between a revolver and a semi-automatic as well?
There are multiple steps in the process of a firearm being fired. One would be to load the cartridges, the unfired ammunition components, into the firearm. The second would be to cock the firearm. That is preparing the firearm to be fired. The third is to release that cocking mechanism. This strikes the head of a cartridge case where the primer is located. That primer creates an explosion when struck. The explosion ignites the propellant or the gunpowder that is inside of that cartridge. That propellant burns very quickly and creates a large amount of gas. That gas forces the bullet out the muzzle end of the firearm. In turn, this can also, at times, cock the firearm, readying it to be fired again. The primary difference between a revolver and a semi-automatic firearm in this case is that the ammunition components, the bullet and the cartridge case, have a different experience during the process. In both, the bullet exits the muzzle of the firearm during the firing process. In a semi-automatic firearm, a cartridge case would be extracted and ejected from the firearm during the firing process. In a revolver, that fired cartridge case would remain inside the firearm until manually removed by the user.
Are there different sizes of ammunition that fit in different firearms, also known as calibers?
Yes.
Can you explain that?
Yes, a caliber can refer to either the nominal or the true measurement of a bullet. That is the measurement of the bullet that fits down the barrel of a firearm.
During the course of your career as a firearms analyst, have you been permitted to give opinion testimony in the area of firearms analysis?
Yes, I have given opinion testimony in local, state, and federal courts.
About how many times?
Approximately 50.
This time, Your Honor, I would request that this witness be permitted to provide opinion testimony in the area of firearms analysis.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, the request is granted.
Were you provided some evidence in this case of State of Florida versus Laurie Shaver, Lake County Sheriff's Office case 180025431?
Yes, I was.
Specifically, were you provided a firearm?
Yes, I was.
Were you provided a fired projectile?
Yes.
And so we're using the same terminology, and my terminology is actually correct. Is a bullet also known as a projectile?
That is correct.
Is a cartridge also known as a live round?
That is correct.
Showing you been introduced as State's Exhibit 26. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
Both the container and the item are marked with a unique laboratory number, an item number, and my initials.
Is that firearm currently unloaded?
It is.
Is there actually a protective device inserted in the barrel of it to make sure it can't be used?
There is a zip tie through the cylinder that prevents it from being locked into the firearm, yes.
Can you describe for the jury, and if you could show it to the jury as you're describing it, describe the firearm?
This is one .38 special caliber Cobra Enterprises model Shadow 5-shot revolver.
Did you examine that firearm?
Yes, I did.
Is that firearm considered a single or double action firearm?
This is a double action only firearm.
Can you explain to the jury what that means?
Pulling the trigger of this firearm causes both the cocking and releasing of the hammer, which is responsible for striking the primer of a cartridge that's in the cylinder.
How is that different than a single action firearm?
In a single action firearm, the cocking of the firearm, the process that prepares it to be fired, is a separate process from pulling the trigger. It's resultant of either manually pulling a slide to the rear or from the shot before causing the firearm to be cocked.
Does it require more effort to fire a double action firearm?
It does require a longer or more aggressive trigger pull, as it requires both the cocking of the hammer and the releasing of the firing mechanism.
And what's meant by the term trigger pull?
Trigger pull would be the weight that is required to pull the trigger fully to the rear, cocking and releasing the firing mechanism.
When you examined this firearm, did you perform any kind of a trigger pull analysis?
I did not.
At the time, did Florida Department of Law Enforcement do that type of testing?
It would not have been required on this particular examination.
Okay. What did you do with that firearm to begin your examination of it?
The first step in the process of examining a firearm is to evaluate its design and its function. This is for safety purposes. So I documented the make, the model, the caliber of the firearm. I also documented how it would function.
And what were your results of that?
That's where I determined, again, that this is a Cobra Enterprises firearm. It's a model shadow. It's a double action only function. It has a cylinder that holds 5 cartridges. And I apologize, that's it.
Did you test fire it?
I did, yes.
What's your purpose in actually firing the gun?
The purpose of firing the firearm in the laboratory is, one, to determine its function. The second is to create known test fires. These are known exemplars, bullets and cartridge cases that I know, because I processed the firearm, to have been fired in and from this specific firearm.
Did the firearm function as it should when you fired it?
Yes, it did.
I'm assuming when you fire the gun and retrieve those test fires, do you fire it into like a water canister of some sort?
Yes, it's a large tank of water.
Are you then able to take those fired projectiles and compare them to other projectiles provided to you by law enforcement?
Yes, creating known test fires allows me to compare unknown bullets and cartridge cases to, again, exemplars that I know to have been fired from a specific firearm.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes, I did.
Can you explain to the jury the process you take and what you do when you have this known test fire that you personally fired and you make an attempt to compare it to a projectile provided by law enforcement?
The first step in the examination of known test fires and the examination of evidence bullets and cartridge cases is to examine those items independently. The test fires were examined and compared to one another to determine reproducibility of the marks that are created during the firing process. Likewise, the evidence bullet is examined independently. It's examined for the presence of class characteristics, which we mentioned earlier, and then for the presence of individual characteristics. The purpose of this examination is to first determine, is it possible that a fired bullet or cartridge case was fired in an evidence firearm? If it is possible, then a microscopic comparison of individual characteristics is completed.
What kind of markings are left on a projectile after it's fired out of the gun?
The class characteristic markings that are left on a projectile as the result of firing would be the land and groove impressions. These are the helical grooves inside the barrel of a firearm that produce the spin to a bullet. Much like we throw a football with a spin, a bullet is fired with a spin. These helical grooves have a certain number, a certain direction, and a certain width. And those direction, width, and number will differ between firearms. These are the class characteristics, again, that are transferred to a bullet during the firing process. There are also individual characteristics that are transferred to a bullet during the firing process. These are called striations. They're resultant of the manufacturing process in that those helical grooves are cut by a tool into the barrel of a firearm. They're unique to that firearm in the sense that the tool wears during the firing process, and those striations also wear in the firearm as a result of its use, abuse, and wear over time.
I'm assuming when you test fired a gun and retrieve those projectiles from the water tank, they're in very good condition.
Yes, the purpose of firing into a water tank is to recover projectiles in a good condition.
Because they are in good condition, are you better able to see those individual markings left by the firearm on the projectile as it's fired?
Yes. A part of the early comparison process when looking at test fires compared to test fires for the purpose of determining whether or not there are reproducible marks on a fired bullet is that process that was mentioned, is because they are in good condition, those marks are easier to compare to one another.
Were you also provided a projectile recovered from the skull of a Michael Shaver?
Yes.
Showing you what's been introduced into evidence in State's Exhibit 20. Did you recognize that item first?
I'm sorry, I don't have gloves, so I don't want to remove the item from the... Oh, sorry, they're right here.
And while you're doing that, you mentioned the test fires that you fired. Are those also contained in the package with the gun?
Yes, they are. Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that item?
Again, the packaging and the item are marked with a unique laboratory number, an item number, and my initials.
Did you examine that projectile recovered from the skull that you just looked at?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe to the jury what condition that projectile was in when you first looked at it?
The projectile was in very rough condition, both its shape and material that was surrounding the projectile upon its receipt.
Because of the condition of that projectile, and if you consider that projectile was located in the ground for some period of time, could that affect the markings left on that projectile by the firearm that fired it?
Yes, the condition can very much obscure the marks that are left on the projectile as the result of having been fired.
Despite the damaged condition of that projectile, were you able to determine the caliber of the projectile or caliber class of the projectile?
Yes, I was.
And what is meant by caliber or caliber class?
Caliber, again, can be the nominal or actual measurement of the diameter of a bullet. It can also be the measurement of a bullet that would fit down the barrel of a firearm. In this case, the caliber was determined to be 38 caliber class. That means it belongs to a family of calibers that are very similar, but there was not enough information in this case due to the damage of the bullet to determine an actual caliber. Therefore, it was determined that it belonged to the 38 caliber class or family of projectiles.
And what calibers are included in that 38 caliber class or 38 caliber family?
This is a 38, a 380, a 357, or a 9mm.
Did you examine that damaged projectile to determine whether or not it could have been fired from the firearm we looked at earlier, that pink and black Cobra revolver?
Yes. Again, going back to the early steps of a comparison, first we determine the class characteristics of a firearm and the class characteristics of a fired ammunition component. If the class characteristics of the two agree, then I can move forward to a comparison of the individual characteristics. In this case, the class characteristics present on the fired bullet and the class characteristics of the firearm agreed, allowing me to move forward to a comparison of individual characteristics.
And what do you mean by the class characteristics of the bullet agreed with the firearm itself? What are you talking about?
The class characteristics agreement would allow this projectile to have been fired in this particular firearm. That means that the caliber is the same, the number of lands and grooves, or those helical impressions, agree, their direction of twist, and their width are in agreement.
So the number of lands and grooves, the direction of the lands and grooves, and the width of the lands and grooves of that firearm is consistent with the fired bullet you looked at.
In addition to the caliber, yes.
Okay. So all that was agreed, all that was consistent.
Correct.
You then proceeded to do the individual examinations to look at those individual characteristics.
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury how that process worked?
An examination of individual characteristics is a microscopic comparison of the striations that are left on the surface of a bullet as the resultant of the firing process. In this particular case, the individual characteristics left on the test fires, which were compared to each other first, were not well defined, and it was a very difficult process. I did move forward to the comparison of the individual characteristics between the test fires and the evidence bullet. However, the result of this comparison was an inconclusive result. I could not determine whether or not this particular bullet was fired in this specific firearm.
So when you examined the test fires that were in pristine condition with each other, it was difficult to determine by your analysis that they were fired from the same firearm, am I right?
That is correct. This particular firearm simply did not leave well-defined individual characteristics on its test fires.
And then when you went to examine the actual bullet we looked at recovered from the skull to see if it was fired from that particular firearm, you couldn't make a comparison, correct?
That is true. The comparison was completed, however, the result of the comparison was an inconclusive conclusion.
So as you sit there now, you're not able to say scientifically whether that specific bullet was fired from that specific gun.
That is correct.
However, am I correct that all of the other characteristics of the gun and the bullet are consistent? You just can't say that that specific bullet was fired from that gun because of the lack of individual characteristics.
That is true. In fact, I cannot move forward to a comparison of individual characteristics if the class characteristics did not agree. Because all of the class characteristics between the firearm and the fired bullet were in agreement, I could move forward in the examination process.
Bottom line, the projectile could have been fired from that gun based on the consistency of all those different things we talked about, but you can't say scientifically if it actually was.
That's correct.
Can I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. I have no other questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wiggs.
Man, Mr. Buxman started off, and it was your testimony you had received a projectile from the medical examiner's office, correct?
The projectile is transferred to me from the evidence section of the laboratory.
Okay. So the projectile, let me just see if I'm summing this up correctly. The projectile that was in the body could not be linked up to the gun that you're sitting there holding, correct?
The comparison of individual characteristics was inconclusive, correct?
So that's a good summation, correct? There was no connection between that gun there and the projectile that was delivered to you, correct?
The examination resulted in the conclusion that all class characteristics were in agreement.
Okay.
The result of the individual comparison was inconclusive.
Okay. How many guns fit into that class?
Thousands of guns, if not tens of thousands, correct?
So there's thousands of guns that fit into that class, and not one individual characteristic linked it to this homicide, correct?
The result of the individual characteristic comparison was inconclusive. I would not say not one. That would...
Correct. And we were talking about double action, single action type firearms. Did you fire the projectile sample?
I was responsible for firing the test fires.
Okay. What's the poundage, the amount of force that's required on that gun to discharge a projectile?
The trigger pull on this firearm was not measured.
Okay. Any specific reason?
That was not part of the policy or procedure for an examination of this type.
Did law enforcement ever contact you at any time and request it?
They did not.
State Attorney's Office ever contact you and request that?
The state attorney's office would not contact me directly.
Okay. When you have a double action pistol as well, you can pull the hammer back and lock it, correct?
Not in a double action only firearm, no.
Okay. Can you pull the hammer back, lock it, and then discharge it by the trigger?
In a double action only firearm, no.
Okay. Single action.
In a single action firearm, a hammer can be pulled back and locked into position.
Okay. And then it can be released by a separate trigger pull, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So once the hammer is locked back, does it require less force on the trigger on that type of gun?
That is a question that could not be answered because the trigger pull of this double action only firearm was not measured, and I do not know the trigger pull of a single action. One could or could not be heavier than the other.
Anything prevent the child from firing that gun?
I would not be qualified to answer that question.
Okay. Well, you've been in the business how many years?
Approximately 15 years in firearms examination.
Okay. And you don't know anything about trigger pulls and capacities?
I don't know anything about a child pulling a trigger.
Okay. 1 second, guys.
Yes, sir.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you, Judge.
All right, redirect.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
May the witness be released from her subpoena.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you for testifying here today. You're released from further testimony. Have a good day.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am. And your next witness.
State Boss Tara Mitchell.
Okay. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated. Let me know when you're ready to go. Thank you. Good morning. All right, please be seated if you would. Thank you. Please state and spell your full legal name.
My name is Tara Mitchell, T-A-R-A, Mitchell, M-I-T-C-H-E-L-L.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand and I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Good morning. I am Tara Mitchell.
What do you do for a living?
I currently work with mental behavior at Livestream.
Prior to that, where did you work?
I was the manager at Mariner Finance.
What did Mariner Finance do?
We did personal secured loans, secured and unsecured loans.
How long did you work there?
9 years.
What were your day-to-day duties when you worked at Mariner Financial?
To solicit and collect and distribute money to those that need.
I want to direct your attention back to November of 2015. Were you working at Mariner Financial in that same capacity then?
At that particular time, I was an assistant manager. Senior assistant manager.
What duties did that involve, specifically as a senior assistant manager?
Basically the same.
Okay, understood. Did Mariner Financial extend a loan to Michael Shaver in November of 2015?
At that time, we had mailers that came out from the corporate office, and they were sent out to several different people in several different cities.
Can you explain to the jury kind of how that worked? Were they just kind of sent unsolicited to people's residences?
I'm not totally sure as to how corporate determined as to who they were going to send it to, but it would have something to do with their credit. And we call them LBMs, which is the loan by mail. And so they would send them out to different people.
So this is not a situation where somebody comes to your financial institution and says, hey, I need a loan. This is the financial institution reaching out to people to say, hey, do you want a loan?
Absolutely, and it made it look really good because they gave you a certain amount and all it required you to do was fill out some information on the back.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move into evidence State's Exhibit D as in dog, as State's Exhibit 29. There's a business record certification and notice has been provided.
Any objection? All right. All right, sidebar, please. All right, so State's Exhibit DD will be admitted into evidence as State's number 29.
Using the process that you just described, was a loan extended to Michael Shaver via mail?
Yes, it was.
And how, in what form would that loan have been extended to them?
A check was mailed directly to an address that was attached to his social. And that's all it would require for them to do is fill the information out on the back and submit it to a bank or deposit it.
So a check is sent to Michael Shaver's residence in the mail, which basically is a loan check.
Yes.
Describe the process. How would somebody accept that loan or accept the money in that check when it was mailed to the person?
They would be required to sign it on the back, put their telephone number as to how they could be reached.
I'm going to show you what's been introduced to State's Exhibit 30. And do you recognize the check that I'm showing you?
Absolutely.
All right. And does the bank also maintain records of attempts to collect that money if that situation is needed?
Can you repeat that, please?
Sure. Does the bank, if say someone doesn't pay that loan back or misses payments, does the bank have a log to show the attempts the bank made to collect that money?
Absolutely. From the moment it is cashed, within 72 hours, we have to make contact with them.
And is that what these documents are contained in this exhibit, States 30?
Absolutely.
Do you recognize them?
Absolutely.
Okay. Are they accurate?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm publishing the check that we just looked at. How much, and I'll give you the exhibit in case it's a little difficult for your angle. How much was the check for that was sent to Michael Shaver's residence?
$2,539.
And to what address was that check sent?
9850 Sandy Pines Road, Clearmont, Florida 34711.
When was that check mailed out to Michael Shaver's address?
It had to be mailed before 11/30/2015.
What was done with that check to signify that the loan was accepted by whoever filled out this information on the back of the check?
Because there are signatures on the back of the check and phone numbers listed with the date.
And what was the phone number listed on the back of the check?
352-431-5121.
Was there a date written on the back of the check signifying when it was accepted?
Absolutely.
What date was that?
12/11/15.
And would that information have been filled in by whoever received the check at the address?
Absolutely.
That's not information filled out by you or by the bank?
Oh, no.
Does the filling out of that information on the back of the check signify an acceptance of the loan?
Absolutely.
Did Michael Shaver have an account with Mariner Financial or anything?
Not until he cashed his check.
Okay. What were the terms of the repayment of this loan? For instance, if the loan was accepted, what would be the monthly payments to be made?
30 monthly payments of $122.89.
Were any of the monthly payments made in this case regarding this loan extended to Michael Shaver?
Absolutely not.
All right. Was there ever any personal or phone contact from Michael Shaver to the Mariner Financial Institution regarding the repayment of this loan?
Absolutely not.
What was done to try to reach Michael Shaver from Mariner Financial to get this loan paid off?
We first did solicitation calls to have him to come in, but we never made contact. And after 30 days being delinquent, it goes into collections, and we start collection calls on a daily basis.
What do you mean by a solicitation call was made?
When LBMs, the loans by mails, are sent out, there's really no real contact with the customer other than what is written on the back of the check. So to make it more of a personal, we solicit an extra $500 for coming into the bank and signing up to come over onto a Mariner paper, where so we're able to have better access and know a little bit more about the client.
Okay, so you reach out to the person who accepted the loan and say, hey, why don't you come on into our bank?
According to the number that they put on the back of the check.
Okay. When is that done in relation to the acceptance of the loan and you getting information that the loan has been accepted?
Within 24 to 72 hours, we're notified that a check has been cashed. So it automatically appears in our system of new loan by mails. And
that when you reach out for these solicitations and say, hey, come into our bank?
That is correct.
Was that done in this case?
Absolutely.
Was any response received by the bank from Michael Shaver?
There were no answering of the phone calls.
When the time for the first payment came due, you had already indicated that no payment was made. What did the bank do, or you do, to try to make contact with Michael Shaver?
We started reaching out with the number that was on the back. We will use free websites where we can look up to try to find if there's any other numbers that's attached to the name.
Did the bank continue to try to reach out to Michael Shaver for a lengthy period of time?
Oh, absolutely. It doesn't charge off until 180 days.
What do you mean by charge off?
We have no payments.
Okay.
So unfortunately,
the bank has to eat it.
Yes.
Okay. Let me direct your attention specifically to February 17th, 2015. Did you specifically try to call the number that was listed on the back of the check?
I did.
And what happened when you did that?
A female answered the phone and stated she had just gotten that particular phone that Friday before.
basically indicating, I don't know what you're talking about, this is a wrong number.
Absolutely.
Did you have any personal knowledge as far as who you were speaking with?
I had no idea.
Was the loan eventually turned over to collections when payments weren't made?
We keep it up to, yes, it was.
It's within the Mariner financial system, but it's turned over to a different department.
At that time, after 180, it goes to a higher level.
Did anyone by the name of Laurie Shaver ever contact Mariner Financial about this loan?
No.
If that would have happened, would there have been notes in your...
Absolutely.
Did you eventually speak with a Sergeant Tammy Dale from the Lake County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, I did.
Once you spoke with Sergeant Dale, what was ultimately done with this loan?
It eventually charged off.
Meaning the bank?
The bank, we could no longer do any more collections on it because in our local level.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Wiggs?
Did law enforcement take that check from you?
No, the check is given to the bank.
Okay, but I mean, did law enforcement get a copy of that check?
We do have access to it.
Well, I didn't ask if they have access to it. Did they come by and request a copy of the check?
I cannot determine at this particular time if they requested it at that time or not.
Okay. You don't know that fact, right? And do you have any video of who entered the bank, who set the account up, or anything like that?
Because it's a loan by mail, they never enter our office.
Okay. So nobody came down to the bank to your personal knowledge, correct?
That is absolutely correct.
Okay. Do you know if law enforcement ever took a copy of the check to do any kind of handwriting analysis?
That's beyond my knowledge.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, any redirect?
No, Your Honor, she can be excused.
All right, thank you for appearing today. You're excused from further testimony. Have a good day. Thank you.
Sheriff, for the next witness, can we just take a brief break to get the exhibits ready?
Yes, sir. So we'll take a 5-minute comfort break at this point. Thank you. Please take the jurors out. All right.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. All right, please be seated. I see that all of the members of the jury have returned. Thank you again for your time and attention today. You may proceed.
The state calls Vanessa Townson.
Good morning. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated. Make yourself comfortable. And let me know when you're ready to proceed. Please state and spell your full legal name.
My name is Vanessa Townson, Vanessa Townssend.
Please raise your right hand and I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Good morning. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Vanessa Townsend.
And do you know Jeremy Towson?
I do.
How do you know?
He's my husband.
When did you get married?
April 12th, 2008.
And do you have children together?
We do.
How many?
One,
How old is your child?
14.
And in 2016, where were you working?
Pine Ridge Elementary.
And what was your position there?
A teacher.
Did you work there the whole school year, 2015 to 2016?
Correct.
And in 2016, while you were at work, did you receive an unexpected delivery?
I did.
And what was that delivery?
Sidebar, please. Please proceed.
Ms. Thompson, did you receive an unexpected delivery?
I did.
And what was that delivery?
Flowers.
And did those flowers come with a card?
They did.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, sir.
Showing what defense was previously been marked as State's Exhibit T.
Judge, I file a motion with respect to this. If we approach, we'll
Please approach.
I'm showing you what's been previously marked for identification as it states Exhibit T. I'm going to go ahead and just ask that you cut along the top here and just take a look at the card that is inside. Not showing it to the jury, so you just go ahead and look at the card.
Sorry.
That's okay.
In the envelope?
Yep, you can pull that out.
Oh. Sorry.
Sure. And go ahead and open it up. Is that the card that was received with the flowers?
It is?
And is that in the same or substantially same condition as when you received that?
It is.
And after receiving that, did you eventually turn this over to law enforcement?
I did.
Your Honor, this time the state removed State's Exhibit T into evidence as State's number 30.
Same objection, Judge.
All right, objections overruled. States T will be entered into evidence as states number 30.
Now, did that, the card that came with those flowers, did that include a message?
It did.
And can you go ahead and read that message to the jury, please?
Sorry.
That's okay. Ms. Townson, is this a difficult day for you?
It is. It says, roses are red, violets are blue, my wife is a whore, your husband is too. Sorry about this. Check your Facebook message, we need to talk. Mike.
Now, up until this point, had you ever had any interactions with this particular Mike or a Michael Shaver?
No.
Up until this point, had you noticed any messages from a Facebook profile identified as Michael Shaver prior to receiving those flowers?
No.
Up until this point, did you have any knowledge or that your husband was potentially having an affair?
No.
When did you receive that card and those flowers?
In April 11th, 2016.
In the time frame leading up to you receiving those flowers, was there ever any time that your husband was sleeping anywhere other than the home, which would have given you concerns that he was having some sort of extramarital affair?
Sleeping elsewhere?
Yes.
No.
So you always came home at night, he was always around?
Yes.
Now, after you received that card, did you in fact did you have a Facebook profile at that point?
I did.
And after receiving that card and that message, did you go onto your Facebook profile and realize that there had been either a friend request or some sort of messages from Michael Shaver's Facebook account?
I did.
And once you saw that request had come in and those messages had come in, what did you do specifically as it relates to Facebook?
I contacted the person back.
Did you accept this friend request to be able to look at these messages?
I did.
And did you go through the messages that had been sent to you up until the point that you had received those flowers?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and show Defense State's Exhibit EE.
Thank you. Just need one. Thank you.
All right, sidebar?
Yes, sir.
Come on up.
Townson, I'm showing you states EE. Thumb drive. You recognize that thumb drive?
I do.
And what does that thumb drive contain?
The messages from the Facebook account.
And did that contain all the messages that you received from Michael Shaver's Facebook account, including any still screenshots of text messages, these Facebook messages we're referring to here, and along with photographs that may have been sent to you?
Yes, to my knowledge.
And how do you recognize that that is what is contained on that thumb drive?
I dated and initialed it.
And you reviewed that information before doing so?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time the state moves states EE into evidence, as I believe number 31.
Yes, sir. Objection is overruled. States EE will be admitted into evidence as states number 31.
Now I want to start with the actual Facebook messages you received from Michael Shaver's account, showing defense states FF.
Judge, same objection.
Yes, sir.
That's all lines.
Yes, sir. All right. The objection is overruled.
Showing you it's been previously marked as states FF. Go ahead and take a look at those documents. What are those documents?
The messages I received through Facebook account.
And are those the Facebook messages that we just started talking about and that you received after, that you went back and looked at after the flowers, and any future Facebook messages from that same account?
Correct.
And those are actually also contained on the thumb drive that we just talked about. This is just a printed out version of that.
Correct.
Your Honor, this time the state moves states FF into evidence as states exhibit number 32.
Over defense objection, states FF will be admitted into evidence as states number 32.
Now I'm going to go ahead and start publishing some of these. Now, on page, looking at the blue numbers on top, page 2447, is that where the first message that you would have received from the Michael Shaver Facebook account?
That's correct.
And first of all, what was the date of that message?
February 25th, 2016.
And what was the content of that message?
Hello, Vanessa. I know you don't know me, but I keep sending you a friend request because I really need to talk with you about something important. I am not a creep, I promise. I'm looking to confirm some information concerning my wife.
Now, moving on into page 2446. Are there messages, and 2447, we'll start on page 2447. Did you receive any sort of follow-up message there on April 5th of 2016? So the message would be on the top of page 2447. The date would be on page 2446.
I don't see 2447. I'm sorry.
Oh, I apologize.
Sorry.
No. Looking at the message there from April 5th, what is that statement?
So April 5th, 2016, it says, I don't think you are seeing my messages. I just sent you something. Hope you contact me when you receive.
Okay.
And moving on to the preceding page, if you flip the next page. Is there a message then from April 9th, 2016?
April 9th, 2016, please contact me at 352-801-0941.
And what is the next message that you received after getting that phone number?
April 11th, 2016,
And what is that message?
I received multiple. It says, your special delivery is to arrive today. Hope to finally hear back from you.
All right. Now, the special delivery message, was that close in time to when you received the flowers?
That is.
Is that same day?
It is.
Now, you can go ahead and put that down for just a moment. After you accepted the friend request, did you start communicating with this Facebook profile identified as Michael Shaver?
I did.
And in the course of that, did you receive any sort of screenshots of text messages between your husband and Laurie Shaver?
I did.
Did you also receive photographs that showed your husband with Miss Shaver?
I did.
The phone number that was associated with, that was placed in that Facebook record, did you reach out and contact that individual?
I did.
And how did you do so?
I tried to call it.
Did that person ever answer the phone?
No.
So after asking you to call, they never picked up?
Correct. They texted me back.
And were you ever able to talk on the phone with the person that had given you that phone number?
No.
And what was that phone number again?
Can I look?
Yes.
352.
I'm showing you it's been previously been marked as State's Exhibit GG for identification. You recognize State's GGs.
I do.
And what is State's GG?
Text message.
And is that the text message that you reached out or received back from that phone number you just stated?
That's the one I received back.
Your Honor, this time the state moves State's GG into evidence as, I believe, number 32?
33.
33.
Says objection, Judge.
Objection is overruled. State's GG will be admitted into evidence as State's number 33.
Now, also during the period of time that this was going on, did you obtain Laurie Shaver's phone number?
I did.
And did you reach out and send a text to that number?
I did.
And did you correspond with Ms. Shaver through that phone?
I texted, but I never received a message back.
I am showing what's previously been marked for identification as State's RRR. How did you get Laurie Shaver's phone number? Was it included in the screenshots of the text messages that you received?
I don't remember if it was text message or Facebook, but it was given to me through one of those two.
I'm showing you what's been previously been marked for identification of State's RRR. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And is that a screenshot of text that you sent to Laurie Shaver's phone?
That's correct.
You're right. This time the state moves State's RRR into evidence as State's number 34.
Any objection? All right, over defense's objection, State's RRR will be admitted into evidence as State's number 34.
during the time frame that you were corresponding with the individual utilizing the Michael Shaver Facebook account, did they encourage you to get a divorce?
Yes, they did.
Did they make any offers to you in relation to that?
I don't know what you mean offers, I'm sorry.
Did they bring up matters of a divorce attorney?
Yes, they did. They recommended one.
Now, ultimately, when you got this information, did you confront your husband about it?
I did.
And at that time, did you both decide to stay together, married, and in the relationship?
We did.
And when did that process and that period of time begin?
For the end of April, May.
And after that period of time, was there ever instances where Mr. Townson left unknown, was out of places that you weren't aware of during that time frame?
No.
No further questions at this time.
All right, Mr. Wiggs.
I don't have any questions. Thank you, Judge.
Okay, may the witness be released from her subpoena.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for appearing today. You're released from further testimony. Have a good day. Yes, ma'am. Your next witness.
Your Honor, it's probably going to be lengthy. I don't know if you want to take a look right now or you want me to bring it in. Do you want me to bring it in?
Well, by lengthy, how much time do you anticipate?
Probably 45.
45 minutes. We'll break for lunch now then. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this will be a good time to break for lunch. It's almost 11:45. Please return to the jury assembly room by 1 o'clock. Okay? All right. Thank you for your time and attention. I'll see you at 1 p.m. All right, thanks everyone. We'll reconvene at 1:15. Are there any matters before we break for lunch? All right, see everyone at 1:15. Thank you. We're in recess.
But I do need Jared in here.
1 p.m. Yes, ma'am.
Come in here.
Thank you.
jurors, but we have not made an inquiry of them yet today about whether or not they followed the court's orders. Oh, we did? Oh, I apologize. I missed that.
Yes, sir.
This morning. I apologize. Yes, ready to go.
All right, Mr. Wiggs?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Please bring in the jurors. Thank you. All right, please be seated. I see that all of the jurors have returned from lunch. And are the parties ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Please call your next witness.
State calls Detective Jared Strickland.
Good afternoon. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated. Make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to proceed. All set?
Yes, sir.
All right. Please state and spell your full legal name.
Jared Strickland, Jarrod Strickland.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Good afternoon. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Sure. Good afternoon. I'm Corporal Jared Strickland with the Lake County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been with the Lake County Sheriff's Office?
Since 2006.
And what is your current position or assignment?
Currently, I'm a corporal. I'm one of the supervisors within our criminal investigations unit.
And how long have you been in that position?
Since 2021.
Now, taking you back to February of 2017, what was your position then?
In February 2017, I was one of our economic crimes detectives.
And what is it, when you say economic crimes detectives, what kind of crimes would you investigate?
Different types of fraud, credit card fraud, identity theft, sometimes things that deal with computers and electronics.
And how did you become involved into the investigation into the death of Michael?
Sure. I was asked to start getting bank records, financials from the different people that are involved, and to review those records as well as social media.
Now, let me ask you this. When a case, a homicide case in particular, is being investigated by the Lake County Sheriff's Office, is it assigned to just one detective or is a whole team working on this issue?
Sure. Typically, it's an entire team of detectives that are working on it because we all bring different things to the table.
And was your background, training, experience with various forms of financial, social media records and things like that from your economic crimes background useful in the investigation of this?
Yes, it was.
Now, as part of the records that you looked into, did you seek out information and documents from Facebook in this case?
Yes, I did.
And in order to obtain records from Facebook, how do you go about doing that?
We have to get a search warrant.
And first of all, did you prepare warrants to get information for a Facebook profile associated with a Michael Shaver?
Yes, I did.
I'm showing you has already been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit number 10. Switch. It's already in evidence. Captain Strickland, there's a thumb drive in that envelope. Can you go ahead and take a look at that? And the states number 10, are those the Facebook records that you obtained through Facebook?
Yes, they are.
And when you obtain these types of records, particularly we'll start with Michael Shaver's Facebook records, are they sent to you printed out in boxes, or how are they sent to you?
They're not. So Facebook has a law enforcement records request portal where they will upload all of that information to, and then we then download it in a zip folder because it's usually quite large.
And do they assign it a special number to associate with the request that you've made?
Yes, they do.
And does that number appear in the records themselves?
Yes, it does.
And then does that number also appear on the business record certification that's included in that folder?
Yes, it does.
Now, the records that we're dealing with there are on a thumb drive. Do we have over 3,000 pages on that thumb drive?
Yes, correct.
Now, as you've gone through, after you've initialed it, you have gone through all of those records, looked at the pictures, things of that nature.
Yes, I have.
And as you went through that, are there pieces of information that identify the potential owner of that profile?
Yes, there is.
What kind of information is included in that?
There's a phone number as well as an email that's associated with that, along with what Facebook calls the vanity name, which is a unique identifier that cannot be changed within the Facebook records.
And as you went through those particular records, does that include photos that the user may have uploaded or someone using that account may have uploaded?
Yes.
Did you see photographs of Michael Shaver throughout the Facebook profile associated with the Michael Shaver account?
Yes, I did.
Now, are you familiar with Facebook?
I am.
Did you ever have a Facebook account?
Previously, yes.
You no longer have one?
No, sir.
All right. What is the process that you go through in order to log into Facebook?
Sure. So Facebook is typically it's used on a mobile device. It can be logged into on a computer, but if it's in either case, if the password is stored on whatever that device is, you can just load right into it. There's also a way that you can use biometrics such as Face ID or your thumbprint, depending on what kind of phone you have, or if you have the device that was previously logged into it and it hasn't logged out.
Is there anything that would prevent another individual from logging into someone's Facebook account as long as they had either the password or a device that was already associated with that and currently logged in?
No.
What is an ISP?
So an ISP is a internet service provider. That is the company that you pay for internet through, whether it's Spectrum, CenturyLink, any number of the different providers that provide cable, internet, fiber services.
And what is an IP address?
An IP address stands for Internet Protocol. This is a unique identifier to a network that a device is connecting to the internet on.
Now, as part of your background and training into investigations of economic crimes, have you had experience investigating cases involving the use of IP addresses and things of that nature?
Yes, I have.
Now, as you went through the Facebook records, do they maintain IP logs for activity associated with that account?
Yes, they do.
And does that IP address give you a physical address that's associated with that IP address?
No, it does not.
Are you able, once you get that IP address, to do anything to start investigating where the physical location of that may be?
Yes, I can.
And what is that?
So once we have an IP address, we're able to use internet resources to find out who the internet service provider is. Once we have the internet service provider, depending on what kind of request they want to release records, typically it's a subpoena or sometimes a court order, we can send them a subpoena and they will give us subscriber information, which includes the service location, the names on the account, billing information if we request it, and so forth.
And the IP addresses that we are going to be referencing go back to how far back?
The IP addresses that we have go back to at least 2015.
And when did you become involved with this investigation, start looking into the issues involved with this IP address and things like that?
February 2018.
When you got the the IP address is associated with the Facebook account, were you able to determine which service provider was linked up with those IP addresses?
Yes, I was.
And which service provider was that?
By and large, it was CenturyLink.
And when you went to try to obtain information from CenturyLink to associate it with any physical addresses, were you able to get that information?
I was not.
Why not?
CenturyLink told us that they only keep records for one rolling calendar year.
So trying to get records of physical address associated with IP addresses in 2018 for stuff that happened in 2015, 2016 was just impossible.
That's correct.
Now, as part of your review of the Facebook profiles, did you also obtain a search warrant in order to get the information from Laurie Shaver's Facebook?
That's correct.
I'm showing the defense what has previously been called state's HH. No, that's Ms. Shaver's records, the other one was Mr. Shaver. I'm showing you what's been previously, can you go ahead and just put that back in the envelope before? Showing you as was previously remarked as states HH, you recognize those records and the thumb drive contained within.
Yes, I do.
And what is contained on that thumb drive?
These are Laurie Shaver's Facebook records.
And how do you know that's what's on that thumb drive? Have you reviewed it and initialed the thumb drive
Yes.
itself?
Yes, I have.
And are those all the records that Facebook sent to you with their identifying number associated on that thumb drive?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time the state moved HH into evidence as 36.
35, I believe. Is it 35? 35.
35.
Yes, sir. Any objection?
Or motion on this on the digital data?
Yes, sir.
As we've raised before.
All right.
And the motion, the objection is overruled, and states HH will be entered into evidence as states number 35.
Now, similar question, have you gone through all the data that's contained on there?
Yes, sir.
And did that have information associating it with Laurie Shaver?
Yes, it did.
What kind of information was that?
The same information. It will have the vanity name, which is a unique identifier that is set up whenever the account is established, along with phone numbers and email addresses.
Did it include pictures of herself, her children, her home, things of that nature?
Yes, it did.
And how far back does that activity go?
I believe 2015 at least.
And that would have been the time frame that you obtained the warrant for?
Correct.
And the amount of information on that thumb drive, how is that in relation to the records from Michael Shaver?
Significantly larger.
Based on the activity that you saw, was she more frequent poster on Facebook than the Michael Shaver account?
Yes.
As part of those records that are already in evidence, does Facebook maintain all of those IP addresses associated with the activity?
Yes, they do.
And now, does that mean every single time somebody just pulls up Facebook, scrolls, looks at a picture, does something like that, that activity is going to be referenced on those IP logs?
Typically, no.
What types of things register on the IP log history that you get from these records?
Sure. Login activity is one of the big ones. Anytime anybody accesses Facebook on their device, whether it's a phone or a computer, Facebook will log that IP address. Whenever messages are sent, photos are shared, statuses are updated, Facebook will log that IP address for that activity.
If someone were to upload photos, change their profile picture, would that type of thing do?
Yes.
And does the actual IP logs contain information not only that the account was accessed, but the type of activity that was done?
Yes, it does.
I'm showing you what's previously been marked for identification as states II and JJ. Do you recognize these two exhibits?
Yes, I do.
And what are those exhibits?
These are the IP logs for each of the Facebook accounts.
And specifically, does II match up with the IP logs for Michael Shaver?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves states II into evidence in states 36.
Any objection?
Same objection as to the motion that's previously been held on this and the testimony received.
Yes, your objection's overruled. States II will be admitted into evidence as states number 36.
And states JJ, is that the IP log history for Laurie Shaver?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves states JJ into evidence as states 37.
Same objection, Judge.
Yes, your objection's overruled. States JJ will be admitted into evidence as states number 37.
Now, can you first pull up Michael Shaver's IP log history and just tell the jury how many pages? Look at the number at the top.
Sure. The Michael Shaver IP logs for Facebook span 13 pages.
And the Laurie Shaver Facebook account, how long is it?
77 pages.
Now, in order to assist the jury with your testimony regarding the information that was contained in those IP logs, was a summary prepared of the information contained in those folders.
Yes, it was.
And specifically, what types of IP addresses were summarized for this purpose?
We did a comparison based on IP addresses for both Michael Shaver and Laurie Shaver's Facebook activity that were shared IP addresses. Those were IP addresses that hit both of the accounts.
And so the summary that we're about to talk about covers any IP address that appeared in both of those folders.
That's correct.
And as this was a trial exhibit, who actually prepared the summary?
The state attorney's office.
Did you go back through the summary in order to check to make sure that the information contained in here does reflect the information in those folders?
Yes, I did.
I'm showing defense was previously marked as states KK.
Your Honor, same objection to the data log summary as to this is not a business record, it's a summary, it's not been stipulated to, and it doesn't fall within.
Come up for a sidebar, please. Thank you.
Detective Strickland, have you had a chance to look at the summary that I have just given?
Yes, I have.
Is that the summary that we have just been discussing?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time the state moved A into evidence as number 38.
All right, over defense objection, court will move exhibit KK into evidence as states number 38.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be allowed to step down.
Certainly, please feel free to move about the courtroom.
And go ahead and bring all three of those folders.
Yes, sir.
Now, as you went through both sets of IP logs, how many different IP addresses did you find that both the Michael Shaver account and the Laurie Shaver account shared?
There were 13 shared IP addresses.
Now, if someone were to connect to their home Wi-Fi, and we had multiple people in that home using that home Wi-Fi, would they all register the same IP address?
Yes, they would.
And similarly, if I went to go visit you, and you gave me your Wi-Fi password, and then I started utilizing my mobile device, would I then be utilizing your Wi-Fi?
Yes.
And then, therefore, your IP account?
That's correct.
If you were to go to Starbucks, and then you utilize their password and log into their account, would you then have a different IP address located in your phone?
Yes.
And if you utilize anything on Facebook while you were doing that at that outside area, would that IP address reflect in your records?
Yes, it would.
Now, publishing page 72 from the Laurie Shaver records and page 13 from the Michael Shaver records, can you basically just summarize first for the jury the information that we're looking at?
Sure. So this is the Facebook IP address logs for both of the accounts. The Michael Shaver records are on the left, the Laurie Shaver records are on the right. You'll notice that it's in reverse order. So at the bottom of the page is actually the oldest activity that we got. And as you go up, it becomes more recent in history. The information that you'll see is an action, which tells you what kind of activity was done while it was logged in. You'll get the date and time. The time is in universal coordinated time, which, depending on whether or not we're in daylight savings or standard time, is either 4 or 5 hours behind our current time.
Detective Strickland, let me just hit pause there. When you talk about the universal time, then what is that?
So basically it's a time zone that, for many different purposes, is used so that we don't have different time zones for everything. And because we all live in different time zones, things are relative.
So Facebook has to send records, frankly, probably all through the world, and so all of their times that are going to appear from here would be universal time?
Correct.
And how do you convert universal time to Eastern Standard?
We can use either a website to convert it or just subtract or add 4 or 5 hours, depending on what time zone we're in, whether it's daylight savings time.
So when we're, depending on whether or not we're in daylight savings time, it would be 4 to 5 hours different from UTC.
Correct.
All right. Now, you've talked about the time. What other information are on these IP logs?
The IP address itself.
Now, the area, first of all, that is in the blue box, both on the Michael Shaver records and the Laurie Shaver records. What is the significance of those two entries in that blue box?
So those are the same shared IP address that both of the accounts conducted activity on within a certain amount of time of each other.
And can you just point those two IP addresses and read them out loud for the jury?
Sure. 71.49.14.136. 71.49.14.136.
Okay. And then what is the next line in that blue box?
The next line is the time. So January 5th, 2016 at 16:05 Universal Coordinated Time. January 5th, 2016 at 2:08 Universal Coordinated Time.
And then what is the last line that is in the blue box in each of those?
The action that was done, photo uploaded, photo uploaded.
Now, what about the red box? Is that the same IP address that appeared in the blue box area?
It is the same IP address.
What is the time difference between when the device accessing the Michael Shaver records access compared to the device accessing the Laurie Shaver records?
203, 103.
So approximately within an hour.
Correct.
And because it's utilizing the same IP address, that indicates that those devices were in the same area.
That's correct.
Moving on to the next slide, what information first of all, is this from the summary?
Yes, it is.
Now, is this how the information from the previous two pages from the individual records themselves have been compiled into the summary for purposes of the jury?
Yes, it is.
So the area in the red box on here, is that the same information that's on the previous slide?
Yes, it is.
And then the blue box?
Yes, it is.
So if the jury were so inclined, they could actually take the original IP logs from those two folders and look and verify all the information that's in the summary if they chose to.
Yes, they could.
All right. Moving on to the next slide. First of all, what is the date of this activity?
The date of this activity is April 3rd, 2016.
And can you just show the jury on the summary where they get that information? All right, and for the actual chart itself, is that labeled on the chart as far as the date?
Yes, it is.
And can you show them there?
The date is right here. And then April 2016, and then the date is in that column.
Thank you. Now, this particular April 3rd date, is that utilizing the same IP address?
Yes, it is.
And is that why it's together on that same line?
Yes, it is.
And the activity on the Michael Shaver account and the device associated with that, how far apart is that from the activity on the Laurie Shaver account?
11:39, 12:07.
So that's within a half an hour?
Correct.
Moving on to May, still April of 2016, specifically April 21st, was there another instance of close activity?
Yes, there is.
And can you describe that for the jury to show them by using the summary?
The action on the Mike Shaver account was a login, and the activity on Laurie Shaver's account was an uploaded photo.
Okay. And what was the time differential?
17:09, 17:41, 30 minutes.
And the summary that we have, and that's been admitted into evidence, does that also have the time conversion to Eastern Standard that you using the formula that you described to the jury?
The summary does, yes.
Okay. And can you show them where that goes?
In the parentheses.
So everywhere after the UTC time where it says EST, that would be local time.
That's correct.
Moving on, now in May 3rd of 2016, what was significant about the activity on the two accounts here?
The same IP address. Mike Shaver's account was a login. Laurie Shaver's account was a uploaded photo. The times were approximately 15 minutes apart.
I want to focus a little bit specifically on Michael Shaver's account. Did you review Facebook messages from that account between the Michael Shaver Facebook account and Vanessa Townson?
Yes, I did.
Moving on to those records themselves that are already in evidence, what was the first message and the date that that message was sent from the Michael Shaver account?
So the first date was February 25th, 2016, 7:43 Universal Coordinated Time.
And did you find Facebook messages preceding the delivery of any sort of flowers to Vanessa Townson through the Facebook records?
Yes, I did.
And I'm showing you has previously been admitted into evidence at states number 32 are those records.
Yes, they are.
And as we go through, moving on to the messages themselves, when was the message sent that said that the individual utilizing the Mike Shaver account had something for Miss Townson?
It is the top, which is on 2 pages, April 5th, 2016.
Okay. And what about, was there a phone number shared to Vanessa Townson utilizing this account?
Yes, there was.
And what was that content and when was that sent?
That message was sent on April 9th, 2016 at 21:26 Universal Coordinated Time. The message read, "Please contact me at 352-801-0941.
And then is there something that indicates that Vanessa Townson should receive something that day?
Yes.
And when was that sent and what was the content of that message?
On April 11th, 2016, the message stated, "Your special delivery is to arrive today. Hope to finally hear back from you."
When you went back to the IP logs, were you able to find consistent IP shared history on February 25th from the Michael Shaver account and the Laurie Shaver account?
Yes, I was.
All right. And can you go ahead and describe to the jury the information that we have here?
Sure. These are the Facebook records that we received, the IP activity log that was put into the summary. This is Michael Shaver on this side, Laurie Shaver on this side. The purple highlight is all for the same IP addresses, and it also shows the dates and times and what activity was conducted.
And is there activity from Michael Shaver's account using that IP address on the day that these messages start being sent?
Yes, there is.
And what was the date and time?
That was February 25th, 2016 at 21:57 Eastern Time.
And then did Laurie Shaver's account utilize that same IP address on that same day?
Yes, it did.
And what was that time?
February 25th at 7:06 Eastern Time.
Now, when did Michael Shaver's Facebook account have the most activity during the time frame that you were looking?
Sure, the most activity was concentrated around this time, the end of February 2016.
And then did that extend to the time frame that messages were being sent to Vanessa Townson?
Yes.
What was the time frame that you obtained these Facebook records and IP addresses for both the Michael Shaver and the Laurie Shaver account?
We tried to go back to 2014 until whatever the present time was that we got these records sometime in 2018.
Is it fair to say that this shared IP history extends from November 2015 to November of 2017?
Yes.
And going through the time frame in April, once the flowers are received, is that when the majority of the activity appears on Michael Shaver's account?
Yes.
And going ahead and just, we're publishing page 27 and 28 of the history, of the summary, sorry. And can you summarize the types of activity that you're seeing on the Michael Shaver account and talk about how that relates to Laurie Shaver?
Sure. So according to the summary, it looks like once a day, Michael Shaver's Facebook account was accessed using the same IP address that Laurie Shaver's account was also accessing while Laurie Shaver was uploading photos.
Now, during this time frame, is this when Facebook messages are being sent to Vanessa Townson prior to the flowers actually arriving at Vanessa Townson's work?
Yes.
And these are the time frames that the messages were not being responded to?
Correct.
Right. And then what is going on Laurie Shaver? Is Laurie Shaver's account utilizing the same IP address throughout that same time frame?
Yes, it is.
Moving on to pages 29 and 30 from the summary, does this activity reflect actions that happened after the flowers had been received by Vanessa Townson?
Yes, it does.
And what type of activity is being reflected here?
So this activity, there are photos that are being uploaded, but there are also photos that are being sent.
Now, when it says photo, does that differentiate between an actual picture and then screenshots of text messages?
It does not differentiate.
And during this time frame of all of this activity on the Michael Shaver Facebook account, are there large number of photos and shared, basically screen captures of text messages between Laurie Shaver and Jeremy Townson sent to Vanessa Townson?
Yes, there are.
Moving on to page 31 and 32 of the summary, what is the activity?
So it's very similar. You have logins. This one says that there were 40 photos that were sent, 8 photos sent, another login, 16 photos sent, 29 photos sent, 30 photos sent.
Pages 33 and 34, this is still all the same day as the previous page?
Yes, it is.
All right, and what is the activity here?
44 photos sent, 29, 15, 31, 44, 31, 27 photos sent.
And moving on to page 35 and 36, are we seeing activity both on Michael Shaver Facebook and Laurie Shaver Facebook utilizing that same IP address?
Yes, we are.
Now, all of these pages that we have gone through here during this time frame, all of these IP addresses are consistent?
Yes, they are.
On both accounts?
Yes, they are.
37 and 38, what information, first of all, what date time frames are we talking about here?
April 22nd, 2016. This is the 23rd. This is the 24th.
So this is basically everything that we have here as far as once this activity heightens up is from April 16th to April 24th. That's all this activity is just over a week.
Correct.
Now on April 24th, does Laurie Shaver's account start utilizing that same IP address that we've been talking about the whole time again?
Yes, it does.
And is there a entry at approximately 2,100 hours that is close in time to each other?
Yes, there is.
And what is the time difference between the activity on the Michael Shaver Facebook account and the Laurie Shaver Facebook account on April 24th?
So this is about 2,100 to 2,100, so within minutes for the Mike Shaver, and then Laurie Shaver's account is at 2130, 30 minutes.
So approximately with 30 minutes gap for these two profiles to be accessed from the same IP address.
Correct.
Which means we're in the same area.
Connected to the same network, yes.
That flurry of activity over that week where you kept on saying this many pictures, how much actual data are we talking about that was sent to Vanessa Townson?
There were approximately 500 images that were sent, 40 of which were actual photos. The rest were screenshots and text messages.
I'm showing you, let me show the defense. States PPP for identification. Showing you states PPP for identification. Do you recognize those?
Judge, I'm going to check as to relevance. Clean approach.
All right, let's have a sideboard. Thank you. Please proceed.
I'm showing you what's been previously been marked for identification as states PPP. Do you recognize those photos?
Yes, I do.
And what are those photos?
These photos are from Laurie Shaver's Facebook account that were sent to Vanessa Townson through Michael Shaver's account.
And just to go ahead and make sure there wasn't a misunderstanding or a potential misspeak, the source of this information was from Michael Shaver's Facebook?
Correct.
And this is the information that was sent to Vanessa Townson?
Correct, of Laurie Shaver.
At this time, the state moves states PPP into evidence as states
Number 39.
39?
Yes, sir. All right. Any further? Okay. Objections overruled. Over defense's objection. States PPP will be entered into evidence as states number 39.
Publishing portions of those photos. These photos that are contained here are some of the photos that are in that exhibit that we just went through?
Yes, they are.
And on the left, do you recognize that individual?
Yes, I do.
And who is that?
That's Laurie Shaver.
And on the right, do you recognize those individuals?
Yes, I do.
And who are they?
Laurie Shaver and Jeremy Townson.
All right. Photographs identified as page 1145 and 1150. Who is that?
Jeremy Townson.
1156, 1164. Who is that?
Jeremy Townson.
1178. Who is that?
Jeremy Townson.
1184. Who is that?
Jeremy Townson and Laurie Shaver.
1192.
Jeremy Townson and Laurie Shaver.
And 1193.
Laurie Shaver.
1196.
Laurie Shaver.
Now, is that all the photos that were in that folder?
No, it's not.
That's just some of them for right now to get through this?
Correct.
All right. Now, also contained with all of that information, you had mentioned there were screenshots of text messages?
Yes.
Sorry, I got ahead of myself. We'll put that in the next time that you're going to testify. Now, the last message from Michael Shaver's Facebook account to Vanessa Townson, when was that posted?
The last message was the end of 2016.
Was there a message on September 20th of 2016 from the Michael Shaver account to the Vanessa Townson account?
Yes.
And what was that message?
The final message was on September 20th, and it says, "Hi Vanessa, how are you? Moving on looks good on you. Hope you and your son are doing well."
And based on your review of the Laurie Shaver Facebook records, were there pictures of the cement slab that was covering Michael Shaver's body prior to the September 20th date that message was sent?
Prior to, I believe so.
And what was the IP address associated with that?
199.116.175.8.
Now, did you also obtain bank records associated with Laurie Shaver?
Yes, I did.
Showing the fence states LL. At this time, the state moves states LL into evidence with previously filed notice of intent to rely on business record certification and the appropriate business record certification attached.
Just a quick approach.
All right, sidebar, please. Thank you.
Showing you the state renews its motion to have this admitted as business records.
All right, and yes, sir, number 40. So over defense's objection, states LL will be admitted into evidence as states number 40.
Showing you states 40, you recognize those documents.
Yes, I do.
And what are those records?
These are Laurie Shaver's BB&T bank account statements.
And did Michael Shaver and Laurie Shaver maintain separate bank accounts?
They did.
And we'll talk about Michael Shaver's bank account when we call you later this afternoon. But was there activity contained within those records that show payments to CenturyLink, the internet service provider that we have discussed?
Yes, there was.
And also, was there any sort of records associated with the purchase of flowers around the time that the flowers were sent to Vanessa Townson?
Yes, there was.
And publishing portion of that exhibit, the area in red, can you go ahead and state the date of that?
The date that the transaction posted to the account was on April 8th. It says BB&T check card purchase from you flowers. Transaction date was April 7th in the amount of $42.98.
Now, is it unusual in your experience, both personal and in investigating financial crimes, that the actual purchase would come on the bank records on a date other than the purchase day?
Yes.
And the actual purchase that we are looking at here, is that consistent with the flowers that were sent to Vanessa Townson?
Yes, it is.
The company that is reflected on there, is that a local business or is that an online company?
From You Flowers is an online company.
So whoever's purchasing flowers through that business would not be writing out a card or anything like that, but they include a message to be sent with the flowers.
Correct.
Right. And then is that From You Flowers, do they then associate with local florists who do the actual delivery?
That's correct.
And was this transaction associated with the local delivery of the flowers sent to Vanessa Townson?
Yes, it is.
Nothing further at this time.
Mr. Wiggs?
Hold on one second.
Thank you.
Oh, just one moment, Mr. Wiggs.
Okay. And just to be clear, because I did mention the fact we would be talking about Michael Shaver bank records, these BB&T records, do they indicate in there who this account belongs to?
Yes, it does.
And who does this account with the flower purchase belong to?
This is Laurie Shaver's account.
All right. Thank you, sir.
And anything further?
No, sir.
Mr. Wiggs, please proceed. Thank you.
Please, that's cool.
Yes, sir.
Officer Strickland, did you is officer or deputy you prefer to go by?
Either one.
Okay. Did you just handle the digital data that you've just testified to in this case?
Did I handle it? Yes, sir.
Okay. Anybody else?
Yes, sir.
Pardon me?
Yes, sir.
Who was that?
The entire team of investigators that were working this would have reviewed it at some point.
Okay. And you submit your documents and your reports in this case to Tamara Dale, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
Who was the lead officer on this case?
There were several of us that could have been considered the lead detective.
Who did the primary report?
There were a few of us that did primary reports.
Tell me everybody that did who was the primary on the case?
Okay. I did very lengthy several reports. Now Lieutenant Tammy Dale also did lengthy primary reports, as well as Detective Dorier also did primary lengthy reports.
Okay, anybody else?
Yes, there were several.
Okay. Who all?
Sir, I couldn't name them all without seeing all of them. I know Detective Clay Watkins did reports. I know that the initial responding deputies did reports. There were a multitude of people that did several reports.
Okay. Who handled all the digital data as to the officers involved?
So I can only attest to myself to maintain that chain of custody. Whenever I received those records, I was the one that was responsible for submitting it to evidence. Once it was put, typically back then, data was put on a CD. Once it was placed into evidence, I would have a working copy on my computer that would then be shared with the other detectives that were also working the case. But the records that they were, as they were received in their original format, I was responsible for those, and I can't speak to everybody else.
Okay, thank you. You had mentioned early on that there were, and I think this is the way you phrased it in your documents, that you were advised that the IP addresses were rolling accounts or rolling IP addresses, correct?
No, sir. What I advised is that CenturyLink only maintained subscriber records for one rolling calendar year.
Rolling year, okay. Now, what happens after an extended period of time? What happens to the IP addresses that are on record with the company?
For CenturyLink, I don't know what they do with their records after a year.
Okay. Do you know whether they expire, they're deleted, anything that happens to them?
Sir, I do not know what happens to CenturyLink's record after a rolling calendar year.
What do you know about Facebook? What happens to their records after an extended period of time?
I don't know what their retention time frame is. However, we were able to go back at least 4 years in this case.
Okay. With Facebook?
Through Facebook, yes.
Okay. Now, does Facebook, do their records go back and allow you to trace the records they have back to the physical address of the individual?
Facebook, I do not believe, collects address data.
Okay. The registered address for the IP is a registered physical address, correct?
The IP address that is provided by the internet service provider would be the subscriber information.
And it would be registered to a physical address, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, after a period of time, do you know whether or not that data is deleted, expires, or anything happens to it?
Some companies are different. Some companies, their records will expire sooner than others. Some companies keep their records for perpetuity.
Okay. Do IP addresses change at all?
Yes, they do.
Okay. So IP addresses that may be out there for a period of time can actually change.
Yes, they can.
And identify or use somebody else's address, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Which is why the date and time stamp that is on the activity is so important.
Okay. In this case, were you able to link up an IP address with a physical address and a device?
Not through CenturyLink, no.
Okay, not through CenturyLink. Were you able to link it up from Facebook to a physical address to a device?
I think I was, yes.
You think you was?
Yes, sir.
What do you mean? Tell me. What do you mean?
The same IP address that was used for Laurie Shaver's account was also used on Mike Shaver's account.
Okay.
An IP address is a unique identifier that works similar to mailing a letter through the U.S. Postal Service. So if your address was constantly changing, there's a possibility that you would not get the mail that was intended for you and vice versa. That's why the date and time stamp that's on IP address logs are so important.
Let me look through this in a second. going to show you State's Exhibit 35 for identification. Okay? You can look at that, please. On the first page, I think there's a business record certificate, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And on that business record certificate, where did that come from?
This comes from Facebook.
Facebook. Okay. Does Facebook identify with any degree of specificity what was sent or delivered to law enforcement?
They received a search warrant requesting IP address logs, messages, photos, transactional information, and other content for the Facebook unique identifier. In response to the warrant, Facebook, Meta, as they're called now, provided responsive records on March 8th, 2019, and those records were downloaded by me.
Okay. Does it identify the records?
It does by the Facebook user account number.
Okay. Does it identify the records themselves?
By the user Facebook identity.
Okay. On paragraph 4, does it not state the records provided were an exact copy?
Yes.
Okay. But it doesn't tell you what the exact copy was there, does it?
No, it does not.
That we made and kept in by our automated systems. Doesn't tell you what was there, does it?
Sure.
Okay. And in the course of regularly conducted activity as a regular practice of Meta, the records were saved in a format after searching Meta's automated system in accordance with the above specified legal process. The records were made at or near the time the information was transmitted by Meta, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
And then it says further, Meta no longer retains a copy of the records provided, correct? So they send you a certificate saying, we at some point in time had this data. We're sure at some point in time we sent you some accurate information, but we don't have the documents anymore to verify anything, correct? That's what you got a certificate saying, correct?
So Facebook records back in 2018, whenever we sent the search warrants.
Please allow the witness to finish answering. Okay, please conclude your...
Whenever we received the records back in 2018 in their original format, Facebook records back then were self-authenticating. What that means is that the records were contained in a...
Please allow the witness to finish the response. Thank you.
This is beyond the scope of what I asked.
Okay. Please allow the witness to finish. Please finish your response.
The records were received in a .zip folder because the files were so big that it had to be compressed to where it could be sent via internet portals. So whenever those records were received, they were in one singular folder. That folder was then put through an algorithm. It's called SHA 256, which generates an extremely long chain of letters and numbers that is unique to those records that were provided by Facebook back then. The records back then were self-authenticating. Facebook did not provide business record certifications back then because their records, according to Facebook, were self-authenticating.
Okay, but we're dealing with records today. We're here in court today dealing with the case before us, not what was received and sent in a prior procedure, correct?
No, sir, those records were the records that I received in 2018.
Right, but we're here today, and now the records don't authenticate what you declare was self-authenticating on a prior date, correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object and reapproach.
All right, come up for a sidebar.
You'd acknowledge, though, the records we just looked at doesn't contain any representation specific of any documents, does it, sir?
Sure.
Okay. And your testimony is based as well on a vanity name, correct? And that's a method that you use to verify the documents that you proclaim that you received, correct?
Can you please repeat that?
Yeah. You were talking about on direct examination that there's ways of verification, and one was the vanity name on the account, correct?
Sure. The vanity name is one of the unique identifiers.
Okay. Do vanity names ever change?
Vanity names that are internal to Facebook cannot change.
Can anybody use another person's account?
Absolutely.
Okay. So when you say, well, we're relying on a vanity name that other people have access to, that's not a real dependable or reliable system to identify documents in the user, correct?
The way that I answered that was based on the assumption that you meant that somebody could use that account. No, the vanity name is not recycled. It cannot be issued to somebody else. That vanity name is unique to that account forever.
Yeah, but I just spoke to you and I just said other people can have access to that account, correct?
Sure, if they have access to the device that it's logged into.
Right. If anybody within the residence has access to the browser or knows the password, they have access to that information.
Access to the device or knows the password, absolutely.
And as you sit here today, you don't know which, if any, of those multiple documents that were submitted were utilized by any other individual, correct?
No, sir, I know who they were used by.
Okay. Did you witness the person signing in?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. Did you witness the person sending?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. Did you witness who was at the house at all hours, all times?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. And when somebody is at, as we spoke, at like Starbucks and people are accessing one account, you would acknowledge other people can access that same account, correct?
Sure.
Accounts can be hacked, correct?
They can.
So out of the multitude of all the documents you've spoken to, you can't direct attention to this specific document or this specific document and say that came only from Laurie Shaver.
No, sir, I believe I can.
Okay. In light of what you just testified to, correct?
The multitude of the evidence when taken as a totality and taken as a whole, yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Now, did you request the Facebook records of Jeremy Townson?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. Do you know anything about Jeremy Townson?
I've met him and spoke with him.
Okay. Did the state talk to you about Jeremy Townson at all?
The state?
Yes.
No, sir.
Anybody in law enforcement mention his name to you?
In what capacity?
Well, I'm asking you.
Yes, sir. We were conducting a thorough investigation, and he was obviously part of that.
Okay. Did you look into his records?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you look into Jeremy Townsend's bank records?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. Was any kind of audit done of Jeremy Townsend?
An audit?
Yes.
No, sir.
Now, in the records that have been thrown into evidence at this stage, is there any statement in there, in any single record, about commission of a crime?
No, sir.
Any statement within those records about any collusive effort to cover up a crime?
No, sir.
So these records allegedly deal with purportedly Laurie Shaver and Deborah Townsend.
Which records?
Most of the records that have been introduced here.
Deal with Michael and Laurie, yes.
Okay. And yeah, there's no bearing on any crime or an attempt to cover up any crime within those records, correct?
By whom?
Whoever's communicating. Did you see any evidence or communications in those documents of any effort to cover up a crime?
No.
Any mention of a crime?
No.
And had there been, surely law enforcement would have made an arrest, correct?
Yes.
Now, we spoke about, or we saw messages dealing with flowers. Okay. Do you know the motive of the individual that sent those?
That sent the flowers? Yes, I do.
Okay. Did it have anything to do with a crime?
No, sir, it did not.
Okay. And the flowers that have been referenced, they have anything to do with the crime?
Not directly.
Okay. They have anything indirectly to do with the crime?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you put that in your report? Explain that to law enforcement?
The portion of the flowers was not part of my investigation other than the finding of the records in the bank statement.
And was there some follow-up on the flowers that
Yes.
showed that the flowers were utilized in the commission of a crime?
Not in the commission of a crime, no, not directly.
Okay. Now, CenturyLink, is that associated in a connective link with Facebook?
That was the internet service provider that the IP addresses using Facebook were accessed from.
Now, Facebook is one system, CenturyLink's a different system where the browser's connected to, correct?
With internet connectivity, yes.
Okay. Did you obtain a business record certificate from CenturyLink?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did that business record certify the reliability of any of the records that you received from Facebook?
Objection, Your Honor. We approach.
Sidebar.
Have you seen any personnel from Facebook here today?
No, sir, I have not.
Okay. Have you spoken to anybody directly about Facebook?
No, sir, I have not.
Okay. Now, when we talk about routers as well, and people having access to a router, if somebody's in the vicinity of a router, they can proceed through that router if they can hack it or have access to it, correct?
As long as they have access to the passkey.
Right. Okay. So when we talk about the records that have been moved into evidence at this stage, do you know who, if anybody, may have had access at all hours, at all times, for any and all of these documents?
No, sir.
Okay. One moment, please.
Yes, sir.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. Redirect.
Yes, sir. Those IP addresses where the information is shared between both the Michael Shaver Facebook and Laurie Shaver Facebook, does that go from November 2015 to November 2017?
Yes, it does.
And how many separate IP addresses were shared over those 2-year periods?
13.
And did that basically go that entire 2-year period, that there was continual shared IP address information with those two accounts?
That's correct.
So for an individual that was hacking into that, each and every one of those IP addresses, this would have to be a systematic 2-year period where they were trolling outside the Shaver residence or wherever that IP address would be in order to maintain that.
That's correct.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, what's your answer?
That's correct.
Now, when you were talking about information regarding criminal activity in those Facebook records on cross-examination, let me ask you this hypothetical. If an individual killed another person and had access to their Facebook account, and then after the person was dead, proceeded to post on that Facebook account over a period of years to try to show activity that that person was still alive, would that be evidence of a crime?
Yes.
As it relates to potential hacking into someone's account, if someone in China is getting into Michael Shaver's Facebook account, would the IP address be the same one that is accessing the Laurie Shaver account?
No, it would not.
That would be an IP address somewhere in China.
That's correct.
The Facebook records that you obtained, on that business record certification, did that spell out the specific number that was associated with those records?
Yes.
And if you were to pull those records up on the various thumb drive, would that number be contained there as well?
Yes, it would.
When you obtained those records originally in 2018, did it contain that same identifying number?
Yes, it did.
And when you went back to Facebook because of the fact that the documentation for evidence and submission changed in the time frame that the investigation was going on, did you ask them for the same information that you received back in 2018 utilizing that number?
Yes, I did.
And did they give you that and give you the same information that you had originally?
They gave us the business record certifications, yes.
And was that tied together with the records that you already had obtained?
That's correct.
Nothing else, Judge.
All right, Mr. Wiggs? Okay, may the witness be excused from his subpoena?
No, he's going to be recalled.
All right, sir. So you're subject to recall. Thank you for appearing today. Have a good day.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Tammy Dale.
All right, please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated. Make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to proceed. All right, please state and spell your full legal name.
Tamara Rose Dale, Tamara Rosedale.
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Please introduce yourself to
Yes, sir. Good morning. My name is Tamara Dale.
Where do you work?
Lake County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you worked there?
Been there for 21 years.
And what is your current position?
I'm a lieutenant in criminal investigations.
So what is that?
So unfortunately, lieutenant is a lot of administrative duties now, but I supervise detectives, specifically major crimes detectives, homicide, sex crimes, child abuse.
Back in 2018,
I was a sergeant in criminal investigations.
And how did you become involved into the investigation relating to the death of Michael Shaver?
So the lead detective in that case, she moved positions just within criminal investigations, and I became her supervisor, her sergeant at the time, and the case moved with her.
When did that occur?
I don't remember exactly when she moved positions, but I think it was sometime in 2018.
Now, at some point, did Detective Doria leave the job?
Yes, she did.
And when she left, did you kind of step up in order to take on some of the responsibilities of this investigation at that point?
Yes, I did.
Now, during the course of this investigation, were you provided with potential names from Mr. Wiggs that he thought you needed to look into and investigate?
We were, yes, sir.
And what were those names?
Jeremy Townson and James or Jimmy Ballou.
And were those individuals interviewed?
They were.
And did law enforcement go and look into the assertions made by Mr. Wiggs about them?
Yes, sir.
Now, in the sheriff's office, and when an investigation like this is being investigated, is there just a single detective assigned, or is there a team?
There would be a team. We have a lead detective, as I mentioned, but several detectives would work on a case of this complexity and size.
And does basically everybody work together, so not everybody's doing every interview, but all the information is being consolidated?
Correct, yes, sir. The lead detective kind of organizes everything and delegates to some of the other detectives some duties.
Now, during the course of the investigation, was information about Michael Shaver's phone obtained from the service provider?
Yes, sir.
And what was the phone number of Mr. Shaver that was looked into?
Michael's phone number was 352-431-5121.
Okay. And what efforts were made in order to track down the information associated with that?
So we served a search warrant on his service provider, which was Verizon Wireless, and that was to get, of course, more information about the number itself.
I'm showing
Excuse me.
Previously marked as states MM. All right, this time the state moves states MM by way of business record certification and proper notice as the state's number 41.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, states MM will be admitted into evidence of states number 41.
I'm going to go ahead and present this to the witness. Can you go ahead and take a look at those records? Those are the records associated with the phone number that you just discussed?
Yes, sir, 5121.
Now, who actually is does that include information, subscriber information about who the account is assigned to?
Yes, sir.
And who is the account assigned to?
Laurie Shaver.
And were there multiple phone numbers associated with Laurie Shaver through this account?
Yes, sir.
Focusing first on the phone records associated with the 5121 number associated with Michael Shaver, what information is contained in those records?
So it has, we call it a call detail record, and it details date and time that calls came to or from this phone, duration of those phone calls, of course who the subscriber is, like you just mentioned.
Does that include information that would include content of text messages or things like that?
No, sir.
The records that you have solely talks about actual phone calls then?
That's correct.
And when we are looking at the various phone calls, does it indicate incoming, outgoing, things of that nature?
It does.
And does it indicate call duration?
It does.
Now, throughout the records, are there numerous entries for calls that have a duration of 1 minute?
Yes, sir.
Does that mean that every call of that type of duration is necessarily answered by the person that is being called?
No, sir.
And if you were to look at the records of the person being called, if the call was not answered, would it then not register on their account?
No, it would not register on their account.
And the time frame for which you got the phone records associated with the 5121 number, what is that?
What we asked for or what we received?
What you asked for?
We asked for August 1st, 2015 through March 9th, 2018, that being the day Michael Shaver's body was found.
And I want to go ahead and direct your attention to November of 2018, and if you need to step down in order to demonstrate to the jury the information that we have here, please be my guest.
Please feel free to move about the courtroom.
Now, first of all, up here in this red box, what information is contained there?
It says detail for Laurie Shaver, which again is the person who pays for the phone. The person the phone is in and the name the phone is in. And it says 352-431-5121, so the phone number.
Now, what is the last phone call that was made from the device associated with 512, meaning the last phone call out?
That's highlighted in blue at the bottom, and that's on November 7th, 2015 at 5:48 p.m.
And what the phone number was called on November 7th of 2015?
407-560-6999.
And did you do research into what that phone number went to?
Yes, we did. It's a landline for Epcot, which is where Mike worked at the time.
Now, the phone numbers and the activity that's highlighted in yellow, what phone number is the areas highlighted in yellow associated with?
That number is 352-431-0419, which we know, at least at the time, was Laurie Shaver's cell phone number.
Okay, and how do you know that?
We would ask, at the time, we would ask other people, what's Laurie Shaver's cell phone number?
Did you also obtain that information from Verizon itself?
We did.
And is that the other number back in November of 2015 that was associated with the Laurie Shaver account?
Yes, on the same account as this.
And can you go ahead and summarize the activity between the two numbers, the 5121 and the I believe you said 0419 number, for the month prior, the time prior leading up to the November 7th, 2015?
0419, yes. So this would be Mike's cell phone, and these are all his incoming or outgoing calls to or from the 0419 number or Laurie's cell phone. And leading up to the month or the day that he disappeared, there were 19 attempted or completed calls to or from Mike's phone to Laurie's phone, to or from.
And you say to or from, so this is back and forth. He's calling her, she's calling back. There's at least some entries where they actually talk.
Correct.
And some of these entries that you're referring to here that appear on these records, do they have that duration time of 1 minute?
Yes, several of them do.
Okay. And so some of the activity that we might see in the 5121 number, if it is a call out to the other number but the duration is 1 minute, we might not see any activity on that other number's account.
That's correct.
Now, is there any activity on the 5121, the number associated with Michael Shaver's account, after the November 7th, 2015?
There is one incoming call after that.
I'm going to go ahead and move to that. What call was that?
So that was on February 17th, 2016 at 3:47 p.m., an incoming call.
Right. And what was the number associated there.
352-787-2277.
And did you do research into where that phone number was associated with?
We did. It belongs to a loan company called Mariner Finance.
I'm showing you what has been entered into evidence at states number 29. These are the business records from Mariner Finance. These records reflect a phone call to that 5121 number on February 17th of 2015.
Yes, sir. 2016.
2016.
Yes, sir.
Did you also obtain the records for that second number associated with the account?
0419, yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir, we did.
And then was that also obtained through the search warrant?
Through a separate search warrant, yes, sir.
Showing defense what's been previously remarked as State's Exhibit NN. We are at this time the State of Blue State's NN, proper business record certification. Into evidence is the next numbered exhibit.
42. All right. Over defense's objection, State's NN will be admitted into evidence as State's number 42.
I'm going to ask that you go ahead and look at those records. Are those the records associated with the second phone number associated with that account?
Yes, sir. 0419.
And do these records also reflect activity to or from the 5121 number belonging to Michael Shaver preceding November 7th, 2015?
Yes, sir. Those are the highlighted portions.
And how long after November of 2015 do the records that you obtained associated with Laurie Shaver's phone number, do they go?
These records went until April 20th, 2016.
And during that time frame between November of 2015 to April of 2016, is there any attempts to call the 5121 number associated with Michael Shaver?
Yes, sir.
Is there any calls to that phone number associated with Laurie Shaver from that 5121 number associated with Michael Shaver?
Yes, sir.
Now, during the course of the investigation, there was a phone number that was submitted through a Facebook message from Michael Shaver's account to Vanessa Townson. Were you familiar with that phone number?
Yes, sir.
And was research and attempts to look into that phone number done through search warrant as well?
Yes, we did.
Showing the defense what has been previously been marked for identification as states 00.
Judge, same objection as to the certificate.
All right, over. And are you moving the 00 into evidence, sir?
Yes, because of proper notice, business record certification and notice, we would move states 00 into evidence as states number 43.
All right, over defense's objection, states 00 will be admitted into evidence as states number 43.
Now, in states 43, what kind of records are reflected in that document?
These are called customer notes by Verizon. First one I came to.
And what type of activity is referenced there?
So it's kind of an ongoing narrative, I guess, typed by a customer service representative of activity on the account. Maybe they added a feature, took away a feature, things like that.
Does it also include information when an account holder does things such as changing a phone number?
Yes.
And is there record activity on that Verizon account for the 5121 number being changed at any time?
Yes.
And first of all, when was that 5121 number changed?
April 16th, no, April 6th, thank you.
Okay.
April 6th, 2016, 5121, which was Mike's number, cell phone number was changed to 352-801-0941.
And now, in order to have a phone number change that is consistent with the individual having the device itself to change the phone number.
Correct.
And the period of time that the phone number was sent to Vanessa Townson, was that after that April 6th, 2016 entry?
That was 3 days later, I believe, on April 9th.
And how long did that phone number, that 0941 number, remain under Laurie Shaver's account?
That was for 10 days until April 16th.
All right. And what happened on April 16th?
So the number was changed again.
Okay.
On April 16th, 2016, 0941 was changed again to 352-431-8444.
And did you do any research into the phone number ending in 8444?
Yes, we did.
Your Honor, I'm showing the defense was previously marked as State's Exhibit PP. Your Honor, at this time the State would move State's PP into evidence as a certified court file, court document from case number 2016 SC, I believe that's 1508.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, State's exhibit, which is marked as PP for identification purposes, will be moved into evidence as State's number 44.
Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
And what is that document?
It's a Lake County Court document. It's titled Notice of Current Contact Information.
And who is that notice of contact current information associated with?
Laurie Shaver.
And does it include her address?
Yes, sir.
What is that address?
9850 Sandy Pines Road, Claremont, Florida, 34711.
And is that the address where the skeletal remains of Michael Shaver were found underneath a fire pit in the backyard?
Yes, sir.
And what is the date of that document?
Dated July 6th, 2016.
And does that document also include a phone number?
Yes, sir.
And what phone number is that?
352-431-8444.
The same phone number that the number originally associated with Michael Shaver had been changed to in order to contact Vanessa Townson, and now changed again 10 days after that.
Yes, sir, to 8444.
During the time frame, you can go ahead, have a seat. During the time frame that Mr. Wiggs provided you with information relating to names he thought you needed to investigate, did he give you any information regarding Isabel Shaver?
No, sir.
And at some point after Laurie Shaver's arrest, did you interview Isabel Shaver?
Yes, I did.
And at that time, how old was she?
It was in 2018, and she had just had a birthday, so I think she had just turned 12 a few days earlier.
And in the course of your training experience, have you had training about how to interview children?
Yes, sir.
And that's an important skill involved with, obviously, child sex investigations. Have you ever participated in those?
I have, yes, sir.
And was she also interviewed at the Child Advocacy Center?
Yes, sir.
And what is the Child Advocacy Center?
So it's a place where child victims or witnesses can be interviewed in a very friendly, child-friendly setting by people whose only job it is to interview kids and talk to them, get information, useful information, truthful information, but without re-traumatizing them in any way. And the setting is completely, like I said, child-friendly. They sit on couches, they have toys they can play with, there's cartoons in the waiting room. So basically, completely the opposite as than us taking them to the sheriff's office and putting them in one of our waiting rooms.
But to clarify, when you interviewed Isabel Shaver, where did that occur?
That was at their house. And did I say I interviewed her in 2018?
When did you interview?
I interviewed her in 2020. If I got the year wrong, I'm sorry.
I might have been. But that was not done at the sheriff's office. That was done.
No, that was at her house. Yes, sir.
Now, not getting into any specific things that she said at that time, did she bring up anything related to her involvement or Jeremy Townson's involvement that required further investigation by the sheriff's office at the time she gave either of those interviews?
No, sir.
Are you aware that there have been discussions through Mr. Wiggs about Isabel Shaver's involvement in this case since the time that you would have interviewed her and the Child Advocacy interviewed her?
Yes, I am aware.
At the point that those statements came forward, were charges already pending against Laurie Shaver?
Yes.
And any other talking of witnesses would be done through the state attorney's office at that point?
Correct.
And Miss Isabel Shaver, are you aware, was deposed through the course of the pending case?
Yes, sir, I'm aware of that.
As part of your duties, are you a firearms instructor?
Yes, sir, I am.
And what kind of training do you have to do to get that type of role?
So initially, it's a 40-hour FDLE course through the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, and then there's continuing courses that you take to keep that up, and you have to continue to teach each year in order also to keep that up.
Now, as part of any sort of firearms training or defensive tactics, our law enforcement officers or anyone else trained in a similar fashion, trained to basically try to make headshots in stressful situations?
No.
Why not?
Well, we're trained, if we're using deadly force, it's to eliminate a threat. And in a real world situation, unlike at the range, you know, your threat is going to be moving, most likely. You're going to have adrenaline going, maybe other things going on. So unlike at the range, maybe you're a really good shot at the range and you can make a headshot, but you don't want to miss what you're shooting at in real life, because if you miss, two things are going to happen. First of all, you didn't eliminate your threat, and they're going to keep doing whatever they were doing. But also, we in law enforcement, we're responsible for every round that comes out of our gun. And in a real world situation, if we miss what we're shooting at and it hits someone or something behind that person, we're responsible for that. So I say all that to say a head is a small target, or like on TV, if they shoot a gun out of someone's hand, that's a small target. So we're trained to shoot what's called center mass, which is right in the middle of the largest target, which is the person's body, because that's a large target, and if you miss by a few inches, you still hit the person's body that you're aiming at. And you stop your threat, number one, and number two, you're less likely to miss even under stress, and even while that person's moving, and maybe also you're moving and everything else is going on.
Is anyone trained with that type of training? That would be just ingrained in second nature.
Absolutely. That's day one of firearms training in the police academy, and every time we train on the range, unless we're just playing around, we're always shooting center mass on the target.
Nothing further, Judge. We'll go ahead and move the screen out of the way.
All right, thank you. Mr. Wiggs?
Thank you, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, officer.
Good afternoon. I erroneously said good morning. I'm sorry.
Pardon me?
I erroneously said it was morning. Good afternoon.
You replaced Lisa Dorier on this case, correct?
I wouldn't say I replaced her. She left, and I helped out more after she left, but
I inherited the job, correct?
I wouldn't say that either. She was a detective, I was a sergeant, but I helped more after she left.
Okay. You graduated, my understanding, from and went to work immediately with the sheriff's office, correct?
I'm sorry, you said I graduated and?
I got your certificate for law enforcement. You went to work with SO, correct?
Yes, this is my first law enforcement job, yes, sir.
Right. So you've only worked with law enforcement there, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Okay, not to belittle you in any respect. Okay. Do you have any certificates or training in digital?
No, sir. No, sir.
And so you relied on other people within your report to gather information, correct?
Within my report to gather information?
You were the case officer, correct?
I was never the case officer, no, sir.
Is your name on the incident report?
I did supplements. I don't know what you mean by...
Okay, that's your deposition. I took final incident report. It's her report and the data she submitted at the if I can approach you.
Yes, sir.
Showing you, let's mark this, I guess, around the clock.
I'm going to object to that, Judge.
All right, sidebar, please.
showing you a document. Is your name anywhere on or within that document? What are you looking at?
I'm looking at page 1 at the moment. Oh, you talking about this Post-it note?
No. The primary document that you've been handed.
It looks like just a bunch of typed notes. I don't know what it is.
Are those notes your notes?
I think so. I don't.
Do you bring any records with you to your deposition?
I think I did.
Okay. What would you have brought? Do you recall?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. Does that document that you hold in your hand, does it contain your name anywhere within it?
I'm looking.
Okay. Take your time.
Eric, can we approach, please?
Yes, sir. Come on up.
Officer Dale, did you sign probable cause on this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You see your name in there?
Yes, on the probable cause affidavit.
So when I asked you earlier, is your name on any of these documents? You said, let me look, correct?
Yes.
Your name's on the probable cause, correct?
Yes, it is.
You made the decision to arrest Laurie Shaver, correct?
I signed the probable cause affidavit.
Okay. Is it fair to assume you were the primary officer making that decision?
No.
Who made that decision?
I signed the probable cause affidavit.
Did somebody tell you
No.
to sign that?
No.
Okay. You signed that affidavit after receiving other information from other people, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So it was based on your conclusions that Laurie Shaver was arrested, correct? You're the one that vouched for the arrest.
I signed the probable cause affidavit.
Okay?
Yes.
And based on that probable cause, Laurie Shaver was arrested?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. As his case was going about, was it listed as a cold case file at any
No,
time?
it was not.
Okay. How long was the investigation?
Well, from March 2018 to September 2020 was when the arrest was made. So,
Did you ever put it on the internet as a cold case file?
we put it on the internet So we have a section called cold case files, yes, and I know what you're talking about. But that's the only place we had at the time to put cases to get more information. But we did not determine it to be a cold case, because a cold case is something in our eyes where we have nothing else, no other information to go on.
So you weren't hot on the trail of Laurie Shaver or any particular individual when you put that on the internet, correct?
I don't remember exactly the time frame that happened, but I think we were waiting on more information to come in, search warrants. I don't remember exactly what date that happened. Maybe you do if you have that in front of you.
Okay. When that was put on the internet, were you holding any evidence, any inference that you could suggest guilt to Laurie Shaver?
I don't remember when that was put on.
Okay.
What we had at that time. Yeah, I don't know when it was put on the internet. It was just basically to get out to the public, to get the case out in the public's eye, to get tips if anyone had any. That was our intent.
Were you aware of any internal conflicts within the Shaver residence?
Michael and Laurie Shaver?
Correct.
Yeah, I heard of some of the witnesses described. Of course, this is third party because I never spoke to Michael or Laurie, but having both of them described some domestic violence incidents.
In the probable cause affidavit, was there a decision that you signed off on to arrest Laurie Shaver for the charge of murder?
Yes.
And that was your decision, correct?
I signed the affidavit.
Okay, when you say you signed the affidavit, was somebody telling you to sign the affidavit, write murder in there, and write accessory?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I just want to make it clear that I wasn't the only detective working on this.
Yeah.
It was a group effort. Absolutely not. No, sir.
Let me finish my question.
Not what I'm saying.
Somebody telling you to
No.
Is that your decision?
It was my decision. It was a group decision, but I signed the affidavit, yes. Yes.
Group decision, but that you were part of that.
Yes, absolutely. It's not the Declaration of Independence. We can't all sign it. So I signed it.
Recall me taking your deposition?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did at any time you believe when I was taking your deposition that I may be there trying to trick you, or did you assume that?
Oh, yes, I did.
You did?
Yes.
Okay. And thus, if you assume such, would your answers maybe possibly be guarded?
I'm sure they were. I don't recall specifically.
Now, you, along with others, made the decision to charge Laurie Shaver with the crime of second degree.
Sidebar, please.
Okay, you and others evidently within the department proceeded to charge and arrest Laurie Shaver, not charge, but arrest Laurie Shaver with the crime of murder in the second degree, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know what the elements of murder in the second degree are?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sidebar, please.
Officer, I was asking you about the decision that y'all made internally. And as to the crime of murder in the second degree, are you aware of the elements?
I can't quote them, but generally, yes.
Pardon me?
I can't quote the statute book, but generally, yes.
Okay. What are the elements for the crime of second degree murder?
So, unlawful taking of a human life, not premeditated, obviously.
I'm sorry?
I said obviously not premeditated.
Okay. Tell me, so there's a death, correct?
Yes.
By another individual,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Anything that surrounds the nature of the killing?
I have a statute book.
No.
Well, I can't quote it. No, I can't.
Okay. And you understand that all elements must be established?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Pardon me?
Yes.
Okay. When you went through this case, did you consider elements or issues of self-defense, whether there were any?
What do you mean, did I consider them?
Yeah. Well, there was a death.
I'm unaware of any.
Okay. You were aware that there was a death. Did it enter your mind that possibly there was an issue of self-defense involved?
But I'm unaware of any.
Okay. Did you investigate to determine whether or not self-defense was plausible in this case?
I'm unaware of any. So no one made a self-defense claim. Michael was shot in the back of the head. I don't know of any self-defense. No one made that claim.
Okay. Well, you wouldn't expect me to come in and make it, correct?
No.
No?
I would expect someone to make it if they acted in self-defense. That's how it normally occurs.
So let me ask you then, if you see certain elements but nobody's suggesting self-defense, do you just presume guilt and make the arrest?
No.
Okay. Did you do anything, therefore, to see whether or not there was any issue of self-defense?
If no one suggests self-defense, how would I know there's self-defense?
Okay.
And I didn't see any evidence of self-defense. And normally in self-defense, you don't bury the body in a backyard. I've never seen that before anyway.
There was testimony, I think, that you provided about address changes, correct?
When?
Earlier on direct examination, you looked at some documents, saw a certificate of an address change?
I think it was just declaring that was her address at that time.
Okay.
I think is what that was.
Okay. Did the address change have anything to do with the homicide?
I don't know what it had to do with it. It was a court document.
Pardon me?
I don't know what it had to do with it. It was a court document declaring that was her address at that time and phone number.
Okay. Would that suggest to you a homicide?
No.
Okay. You also testified about documents of utilities in somebody's name, correct?
Cell phone bills?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would that suggest a homicide?
Just a cell phone bill by itself?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Is a cell phone bill with anything else going to suggest a homicide?
I mean, it's the contents of the record, not
Okay.
the cell phone bill.
Those records don't suggest a homicide in any form or any manner, do they?
The cell phone bill?
Yeah.
It's what they show, and not by themselves. No, of course not. It's the totality of everything.
Your investigation never uncovered any kind of financial motive as a motive for any homicide, correct?
No. No.
Did you put that fact in your report?
That we didn't uncover a financial motive?
Right.
No.
That wasn't in there?
In my report or my PC affidavit?
In the report.
That we didn't uncover a financial motive? No, I didn't.
Now, do you think it's important for the jurors and everybody that you document all facts, including exculpatory evidence?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. That would be an exculpatory factor, correct?
Yes, but...
No financial motive in this case.
Well, I wouldn't put in there, I would have to put then, I didn't uncover a financial motive, I didn't uncover this motive, I didn't uncover that motive. So I can't list every motive that I didn't uncover.
But that's often a primary factor in a homicide, is it not?
Well, you don't have to prove motive, but yes, if you have one, it would be a primary factor.
And in your investigation, you discovered that the body had been dead through your correspondence and with other witnesses for several months to years, correct?
I believe that is what the K-Phil lab said.
Okay. So we've heard testimony in this case about people getting emails on this date and the last time Michael Shaver showing up at work on this date or that date.
Mm-hmm.
Those don't suggest homicide, do they?
Well, his cause and manner of death is what suggests homicide.
The fact somebody doesn't show up for work is not an element suggesting that Laurie Shaver murdered him on any particular day, correct?
No.
Now, you understood, pursuant to the requirements, that the death had to have been the criminal act of Laurie Shaver, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Or somebody acting on her behalf, correct?
Correct.
Now, you weren't present during the death of Michael Shaver, correct?
No, I was not.
You can't testify what happened during that incident, can you?
No, sir.
Can't testify who was present, correct?
No, sir.
Can't testify who was any aggressor, correct?
No, sir.
Can't testify whether or not somebody was exercising self-defense, correct?
No, sir.
Neither can you testify as to who, if anybody, shot a gun.
I wasn't there, so no, sir, if that's what you mean.
And yet such facts are imperative as essential elements to the crime of homicide, correct? That the criminal death occurred by a particular individual. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Those are essential elements that are not revealed in any report, correct?
Well, I never witnessed any homicide. I've never witnessed a homicide.
But those facts are not gleaned by other evidence within this investigation, correct?
I believe that they are.
Okay. Now, there was a point in time in which law enforcement responded to the residents in reference to a well-being check, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, were you there for that?
No, I was not.
Okay. Do you know how many officers were there?
I don't. I think at least 2, but there may have been more. I don't know.
Now, when law enforcement went there for a well-being check, you can't make any declaration they were hot on the trail and were making headway on that case, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, they went to the residence as a consequence of a call from a Scott Amatuccio, correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Amatuccio never indicated he had witnessed a crime, correct?
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he was working on a suspicion, correct? That something may have happened at that house.
I guess you could call it that, yes, sir.
Yeah, because he hadn't seen his friend in some time, correct?
He had other suspicions, but yes, including that.
And Mr. Amatuccio stated he hadn't seen his dear friend for some years, correct?
Since the end of 2015.
Did your ears go up when you heard that he hadn't seen his friend for several years? What his relationship was with Mr. Shaver? Did that spark your suspicion at all?
I wasn't involved in the case at that time,
Okay. If you were involved in the case at that time, would that raise some suspicion in your mind?
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, but it quickly went from one person hadn't seen him to several people hadn't seen him.
Okay. So it became a numbers game?
Your words, not mine, but one person hadn't seen him, and then his family hadn't seen him, and then no one, we couldn't find anyone who had seen him.
Do you know what his relationship was with his family?
Specifically, no.
Okay.
But I know what the point is, people he worked with, absolutely no one had seen him. No one. People who saw him at work, no one. Since the end of 2015.
Okay. My understanding was your position that Laurie was arrested because it was your feeling she was key in covering up the body that was found on the property, correct?
That's part of it.
Okay. When you made that conclusion, did you reach any particular conclusion based on any physical evidence that Laurie knew he was buried there?
I'm sorry, you say that Laurie knew he was buried there?
Right.
Physical evidence, no, sir.
Pardon me?
No, sir. Physical evidence, no.
Okay. So you had no evidence to suggest that Laurie knew his body was there, but basically she was just the closest one to the body, correct?
That's part of it, but not all of it.
Okay. So she's closest to the body. She gets arrested.
No, sir.
Okay. Well, you say that's part of it.
Well, that is part of it. It was on her property and his property under a fire pit that she built, but that's not the only reason she was arrested.
Well, what was it? What else am I missing that you can fill me in on that factored into that decision?
Well, she was the last person seen with him alive.
Does that mean she murdered him? Let's stop there.
We are taking each thing I'm going to say and ask, does that mean she murdered him?
Yeah.
Each thing, no, by itself, no. I would never have arrested her for any one thing I'm going to say, no, sir.
Okay,
no.
So she's the last to see him. Does that mean she murdered him?
By itself, no.
Okay, let's go to the next issue. What's the next issue that factored into that conclusion?
So she was the last person, she left with him, the two of them left together, last person to see him that we know of on planet Earth, alive. She immediately started lying about his whereabouts.
Okay, stop. Right there. Is Laurie sitting here today charged with lying?
No.
Okay. Is that an element to the crime of murder?
No.
What other factor did you rely upon?
She immediately started lying about his whereabouts to everyone. She took 2.5 years lying about to everyone his whereabouts, which delayed his friends and family reporting him missing, which delayed discovering his body, which delayed discovering his homicide and investigating his homicide. I don't know who that would benefit other than the person who killed him and put him in the ground.
Okay, let's stop a second. You initially began your testimony and stated you were aware there were issues in the Shaver family, correct?
Yes.
That there were tensions within that family, correct?
Yes.
Did it enter your mind, considering those facts, that maybe Miss Shaver was happy he was gone?
Well, that could be, except that he wasn't gone. He was dead and buried under her fire pit.
Well, he wasn't there bothering her?
But he wasn't gone. He was murdered under her fire pit.
Do you have evidence that Laurie Shaver placed Mr. Shaver under that fire pit?
Well, everything I'm listening to you is what led me to conclude that no one else did.
Oh, sorry. Well, I'll let you think.
No, just everything I'm listening.
Everything you're listening to. Okay? And as one of the agents on this case, you reviewed what was gathered from that fire pit, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you have personal knowledge that not one single item in that fire pit linked Laurie Shaver to that pit.
Physical evidence, you're correct, yes.
Okay? There's no forensics, correct?
Correct.
That factor into your decision to charge Ms. Shaver with homicide.
Correct, yes.
The fact there was no connective link.
Yes, but by that logic, then we can never charge anyone.
You think?
Well, by that logic, yes, there's no evidence against anyone. There's no forensic evidence. There's no anyone DNA in there.
For instance, do homicides occur where people leave knives with fingerprints on them?
Yes.
Okay. Do they leave a gun registered in their name where ballistics link up to that gun?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Were those present in this case?
No.
So when you say you could never charge somebody with such an offense, okay, that's not an accurate statement, is it?
Well, you're making it sound as if there's no DNA in that pit with his body, which there wasn't,
Okay.
then we can't charge anyone.
Let me ask you, was there any DNA on his physical body?
No.
Any hairs from her? Within
From no one, though.
Okay. So were hairs found in the pit, correct?
Not foreign to him.
You don't know about that?
Not that we could test on anyone else, that could compare to anyone else.
So Laurie's closest, so Laurie gets charged, correct?
All I'm saying is, by your logic, if we find no physical evidence in with his body, we can't charge anyone, which would mean we could never charge anyone. So, I think you would agree that with his body being on their property, it would have to be someone who knows him. He wasn't robbed on I Drive and by a stranger and they brought him back to his property and buried him.
You don't know who was residing in that residence, do you?
Well, I wasn't there, but I know who says...
You don't know how the altercation occurred, correct?
I wasn't there.
Correct.
Correct.
Did you see or uncover any photographs of Laurie Shaver having anything to do with the patio itself?
The fire pit or the concrete, because those were built at separate times.
Mm-hmm. Did you see anything, any images or photographs of Laurie pouring the patio?
Not pouring the patio.
Anything to do with the patio?
I think she had some photographs of bags of cement on her Facebook, yes.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. And where did you see those images?
On her Facebook.
So, Laurie Shaver is going to pour a patio, and she's got on Facebook photos of the concrete she's going to do it with, correct?
I saw photos of bags of concrete on her Facebook, yes.
Did you make a note of that, put it in your incident report? This may constitute exculpatory evidence, suggesting this person didn't know the body was in there?
I don't know what you mean.
People usually go about advertising that they're going to put a patio over a body, do they?
I don't know. This is my first case with a patio over a body. It was in my report, so whether you call it exculpatory or inculpatory, I don't know.
In fact, you would acknowledge that that doesn't suggest guilt.
What doesn't suggest guilt?
The fact that she had anything to do with the patio and that the concrete had been posted.
Here's what I find out about that is she had a 5-acre property and she put it over his body. So that would...
Do you know what the ground looked like before?
Before what?
The concrete was laid?
No.
Do you know what was going in on that spot possibly before?
I was told a duck pond.
Okay. Did you put that in the report as potential exculpatory evidence?
It's in the report about the duck pond. It's not in my part of the report.
Do you make any notations that that would be evidence potentially for consideration?
That what would be evidence?
Pardon me?
That what would be evidence? I'm sorry.
That this patio was put there for a reason specific, not necessarily to cover up a crime.
I don't know her reason for putting it there.
Correct, correct. But you made the decision, one of the people made the decision to arrest Laurie Shaver.
Yes.
Implicating she had knowledge of the body being there, correct?
Well, yes.
Yes. Knowledgeable, in fact, of the fact that there was another ulterior purpose for the existence of the ground prior, correct?
I'm sorry, say that again, I apologize.
And at the same time, you knew that the ground had another purpose, intended purpose, correct?
We were told that Mike was making a duck pond.
Correct.
Yes, we were told that.
Now, it's my understanding, or that you have a belief that the crime can't be committed just on a bare suspicion, correct? Of guilt.
Right. Yes.
Okay. I mean, that's your feeling, correct? Some bare inference, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yet, when you arrested Ms. Shaver, there was no evidence that you held establishing any knowledge on her part that the body was under the patio, correct?
Well, to me, her building the patio over the body was what did it for me. If you call that exculpatory, that's our agree to disagree moment, I guess.
Okay. You disagree with that statement?
That her building the patio over his body means she did not know it was there, is what you're saying?
Okay. Have you made a statement inconsistent with that in the past, is what I'm asking you?
Inconsistent with what?
What you just stated. I'm referring you to your deposition. I'm going to refer you to page 30, line 14 through 16. If you'll read that.
Line 14?
14 through 16.
Question, but how do you know that Miss Shaver, back to my question, had anything to do with filling in that pit? Answer, with actually putting the dirt in. Question, correct. Answer, I don't.
So you don't know whether or not she had any knowledge of anybody in the ground, or had any partaking in the placing of the body in the ground, correct? By your prior statement.
What, with filling the pit?
Or had any knowledge that the body was in the pit, or partaked in placing the body in the pit?
Can I see that again? I don't think that's what that said. I just want to see it again. I apologize. May I?
That's okay.
Because I was reading rather than paying attention.
No, that's okay. Tell me.
My brain will only do one thing at a time.
No, that's fine. It's late in the afternoon. Okay.
And, I mean, without reading the rest for context, it says, had anything to do with filling in that pit.
Yeah.
And I said, with actually putting the dirt in.
Question was, but how do you know that Miss Shaver, back to my question, had anything to do with filling in that pit?
It doesn't sound like you're asking, did she know the body was
there? Further.
Okay.
With actually putting the dirt in there, you asked me? And I say correct. And your answer? I don't. Correct? So
Yes.
it's not a matter that the pit is in her yard. You know there's got to be some evidence to establish that Miss Shaver had knowledge of the body and the ground, correct?
It doesn't sound like that's what you're asking me there without reading more context. I apologize.
All right.
But you're asking about filling in the pit?
Now, Mr. Camuccio was asking you about information gleaned from myself or anybody else. Did Mr. Camuccio relay to you any conversations and facts I had relayed to him about the minor child?
Just general facts of her story, yes.
Okay. And a revelation of what had come forward?
Yes, sir.
For that minor? Okay.
Yes, sir.
And when you met the child at Child Services?
Children's Advocacy Center?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
It wasn't that the child misrepresented anything. The child didn't want to speak to you, correct?
I didn't speak to her at the Children's Advocacy Center.
Right.
She was interviewed by the professional interviewers.
And no information was gained from that child, correct?
About?
Anything. Did she relate to them one story that changed from another?
I mean, that's a broad statement. She didn't say anything about shooting Mike.
Right. She didn't say anything about anything, did she?
You can't, what do you mean she didn't say anything about anything?
Do you know anything that the child did?
Yes, but...
Sidebar, please.
This minor child didn't fail to provide a statement. The child didn't give you any statement, correct?
It sounds like you're saying... She gave a statement.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is the statement materially different, or did the child just say she didn't? It was personal.
Materially different than what?
What was later revealed?
It was materially different in that she did not say at the Children's Advocacy Center that she shot her dad, if that's what you mean.
She didn't want to talk about it, correct?
About?
The event.
About shooting her dad? I mean, they didn't ask her, did you shoot your dad?
Did the child indicate in any form or manner she didn't want to talk?
About some things, yes.
Right. Did the state converse with you at any point in time about any conversations that I may have communicated to the state from that child?
Not in detail, just generally what she said. Yes, sir.
And whatever the state revealed to you, did you follow up on whatever was communicated to you by the state?
No, by that time, Laurie had been arrested and charged, and the state would be responsible for... If they wanted me to interview her, I would have, but it's my understanding they deposed her.
In this case, there was no... We've covered the grave, but there was no evidence that you're aware of that was unturned from the residence implicating Laurie Shaver.
No.
And you've testified previously that you take the position that there must be some evidence, not simply a bare suspicion.
Yes.
Okay. And you understand there was no linked ballistics, correct?
No ballistics, you said?
Correct?
Yes, sir, I understand.
You were aware of that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was there any DNA within the residence that linked Laurie Shaver
No, sir.
to this crime?
No, sir.
Right. There was no digital device recovered in this case, was there?
No, sir.
You would agree with me that creates, to a degree, a lack of evidence.
Oh, physical evidence.
No physical evidence,
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you learn in this investigation how Facebook maintains or takes care of their IP information?
No, I didn't do anything with IP.
Okay. Did anybody supply you information about the IP information from Facebook?
I don't remember learning anything about IP.
Okay. All right. Had Laurie Shaver posed as Michael Shaver on Facebook, you would agree that doesn't mean Laurie Shaver murdered Michael Shaver?
By itself, no.
No. Okay. Do you know whether or not anybody in the house could have posed as Michael Shaver?
Well, it only benefited Laurie.
Did it?
Correct.
Okay. You were supplied information about Jeremy Townson, correct?
Correct.
And you were aware that Jeremy Townson was in a relationship for some term with Laurie, correct?
Correct.
And if Jeremy Townson was in the residence, did it enter your mind that possibly Jeremy Townson had been on the router and the computer?
Well, why would Jeremy Townsend try to break up his own relationship with his wife?
Okay, let me ask you. You can't segregate some emails to the exclusion of all the emails. For instance, you can't say, this is from Jeremy, this is from Laurie, this may be from Jeremy, this may be from Laurie, correct?
I don't know what you mean.
Do you know whether or not you have evidence that every single email document that's been moved in evidence came from Laurie Shaver exclusively?
Do you mean Facebook?
Facebook, excuse me.
That every single one came from Laurie exclusively. So I guess if I say no, then by what you're suggesting, both Laurie and someone else, potentially Jeremy, was pretending to be Mike, then sure, two people could be pretending to be Mike.
You would agree with me, that's a reasonable inference, correct?
I don't think so, but okay.
The other individual was involved in the homicide.
I don't know. I don't know.
And you never looked at anything, any accounts of Jeremy Townson, correct?
I didn't, no.
Did anybody?
I don't think so.
Did you meet with anybody from Facebook or CenturyLink?
No, sir.
Do you know whether any of these records are linkable, connected to one particular person, location, or device?
No, I don't know.
Okay. Do you know how long Facebook saves IP addresses?
I didn't deal with IP addresses at all, sir.
Pardon me?
I did not deal with IP addresses at all.
Is there any information in your report dealing with that?
I don't think in my report I didn't deal with IP addresses.
Let's see if it's in there. I don't know if this is going to be numbered. Did you talk to, who was the IP investigator? What's his name? That just testified, do you know?
Detective Strickland, Corporal now Strickland? Yeah.
Did you talk to Strickland about his findings?
I'm sure we talked, yes, sir.
Did he talk to you about revolving IPs?
We talked, yes, sir, but I didn't deal with it. I didn't research that at all.
Probable cause.
Yes, I signed the probable cause.
Okay, and you factor in other people's findings as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
You testified on behalf of the state about, and I think I covered this, but about utilities being listed in Laurie's name, correct?
The cell phone bill?
Well, utilities, I think, on the residence, correct? And other information?
Earlier today?
Correct. Do you know how long they've been listed in Laurie's name?
Earlier today I talked about the cell phone bill.
Okay. Do you know how long that's been in her name, or if it was ever in Michael Shaver's name?
If I had the records, I might.
Okay. Did you, in your investigation, go back to discern if they were ever in Michael's name?
We asked for, I think we got from whatever date we got from. I don't have it in front of me, but from the dates that I had, it was not in Michael's name.
Okay. So you just assumed because they were in Laurie's name, something happened.
No.
Okay.
I don't see what you're saying there. No, sir, I didn't. A lot of husbands and wives have their cell phones in one person's name.
Now, you didn't look into the history of Mr. Townson, it's my understanding, because you felt it was years later and a lot of the records had been gone or were gone in that time frame, correct?
Are you talking about Facebook or?
Facebook records.
I don't know why they didn't.
Pardon me?
I don't know why they didn't.
Okay.
I didn't deal with Jeremy.
45 of your deposition. Line 15.
Okay. Sorry, page 45?
Just look at page 45. The question was asked of you, did you ever look into the history of Mr. Townson? Page 45, line 13
okay.
14. In your response?
Okay, yeah, you also have to remember that a lot of what we were doing was years after, a lot of records that we requested were gone because of the time frame.
Okay, so Laurie Shaver's records were reliable, could be looked at, and could be brought before the court in your mind, but Mr. Townsend's were unreliable, correct?
I didn't say unreliable, but...
Is that what you said?
It said we're gone, didn't it say?
Unreliable?
Oh,
gone?
I'm sorry. My memory's unreliable, sir.
Well, it's afternoon. I'm tired too.
I'm sorry. I know I just read it.
Page 45, line 15 through 18.
It says.
You want to read that aloud?
I will. You also have to remember that a lot of what we were doing was years after. A lot of records that we requested were gone because of the time frame.
Okay. So Mr. Townsend's records were not available. They were gone for events occurring within the same time frame, correct?
I don't know. I didn't deal with Mr. Townsend at all.
That was the answer you supplied, correct?
Okay. Yes, sir. I did.
And did you speak to Kendall Davidowski?
Yes.
Okay. And who was she?
She, at one time, dated Mike Shaver.
Okay. Did you look at her computer?
No.
Her digital data?
No.
And that, again, was because years had gone by?
No.
And hers wasn't available?
I don't think that's why.
Okay. I'll refer you to page 61. Line 10 through 12.
Again, this is a couple years afterwards, so a lot of things are lost, but I felt like we were comprehensive in what we did.
Okay. So you didn't look at Ms. Davidowski's because of age, correct?
Assuming that's what we're talking about.
That was your answer, correct?
I don't know what you asked me there, but yes, okay.
You answered it as such, correct?
If that's the question you asked me, you just had me read the answer. But yes, okay.
Give the jurors a comfort break at this time.
Very well, Judge.
So we're in recess for 10 minutes. Please take the jurors out. Thank you. All right. Is there anything further before we recess? No. Please be back in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Can I get you another water? Yeah, they look like. I have my minute when I got here, but yeah. Thank you.
Certainly, that's fine. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Need to use restroom or anything? I don't think
All right, please be seated. I see that all the jurors have returned. You may proceed.
Please support.
Yes, sir.
Having brought Jeremy Townson to your attention, you were advised, I believe, that this man had been in the military, correct?
I'm aware that he was.
Okay, in Special Forces?
That's what I heard.
Okay. And yet, still that didn't trigger anything in your mind as to maybe the dispositional attitude or mindset of Jeremy Townson to look into, correct?
We did look into him.
Okay. You can't say you looked into this man in depth, did you?
We did look into him, yes, sir.
Ma'am?
We did look into him, yes, sir.
Did you look into him in depth?
I believe so.
You believe so?
Yes, sir.
You never went through any financial records of Mr. Townson, did you?
No.
And we just heard your testimony a moment ago that his Facebook data was not looked into because you perceived it as too age-old and insufficient to be able to evaluate, correct?
We didn't look at his Facebook data.
Right. Yeah, Ms. Shaver's was, correct?
We looked at hers, yes, sir.
Right. Now, let's talk about the fire pit in the house. You are aware that there's considerable distance between the house and that fire pit, correct?
I don't know what you call a considerable distance, but yeah.
From the pit to the house?
We did. I don't know the distance, but yes.
Okay. Did it factor into your mind before you signed that probable cause affidavit that somebody had to get the body to the grave?
Yes.
Did you factor in the physical strength of any and all possible suspects?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know the physical abilities of Miss Shaver at that date and time?
Meaning what?
Her physical abilities.
I know her approximate weight. I know that everyone said she was athletic. She went to the gym. Muscular is how she was described to me.
Did you look at the grave site, evaluate the depth, and think about the height of the individual and anybody that may be standing in there and digging it?
It was, I was told it was about 3 feet deep. I never saw it.
Okay. Did you link that up in your mind possibly with Mr. Townsend versus Miss Shaver?
Yes, and I fully believe Miss Shaver could have drug a body, presumably on a tarp, across grass, that distance to the grave.
Okay.
Yes.
And reaching that conclusion that you just did you ask for any specific analysis on the tarp to see if there was any chlorophyll or any ingrained soil within the tarp that would suggest movement by Miss Shaver?
Chlorophyll, you mean from grass?
From grass?
No, sir.
Yes.
No.
Did you do that?
No.
Did you point that out in your probable cause affidavit?
No.
And I believe when we discussed this, it was your position that really this case could be evaluated just based on common sense.
I don't know if those were my words. I don't recall.
Okay. I'll refer you to your deposition.
Okay.
Direct you to line 50, bottom, page 5, line 1, I think it is.
Page 50, line 1?
I think it's page 50, I think it's, and carrying on to page 51. So we begin on the bottom.
Oh, okay. I think at some point common sense has to come into play.
Yeah, okay. So that was really the factor you relied upon in signing that affidavit, correct?
I mean, again, this is one line in an entire depot. Can we?
Go ahead and read it.
How much of it do you want me to read?
Well, was that a factor that you relied upon in signing that probable cause affidavit?
I mean, yeah, I'm sure.
Okay, because we know there was no digital data in the house. We know there was no DNA in the grave site, correct?
Correct.
There were no forensic. We know there was no ballistics, correct?
Correct.
We know there was no eyewitnesses, correct?
Correct.
So in your conclusion, absent all that evidence, it was your position, just rely on your common sense, correct?
In so many words, I guess so. According to my depot, yes, sir.
Again, I want you to tell me, when was the last date that a call went into Epcot from Michael Shaver's phone?
November 7th, 2015.
Okay. One moment, please, Judge. You also made the decision to charge Laurie Shaver with the accessory after the fact, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's not the problem, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In your investigation, did you ever determine who the primary offender was that she was assessing?
I believe it was Laurie.
So Laurie committed the crime and Laurie's assessing herself?
Sidebar, please. Thank you.
Crime of accessory after the fact. Would you tell us what the elements of that crime?
Helping essentially clean up the crime or cover up the crime afterwards.
Covering up the crime. Okay. For another individual?
Could be.
Okay. And you're assuming Laurie, this is my understanding, was covering up the crime for herself?
I believe so.
Okay. So, what was the aid or assistance that she was offering herself that you uncovered?
Well, covering up the crime for 2.5 years and disposing of the body.
So you assume that she disposed of the body and you've offered no evidence in support of that, correct?
I believe she did.
Okay. And in all the digital data we received, do we see messages from Laurie Shaver to Laurie Shaver offering to cover up a crime for herself?
No. No,
Do
sir.
we see any communications from Laurie Shaver or presumably Michael Shaver offering any evidence to cover up any crime for anybody?
No.
Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Wiggs?
Nothing further. Thank you, Judge.
Redirect?
Lieutenant Dale, when you refer to totality of the circumstances, what are you talking about?
Well, the entire case, everything in the probable cause affidavit. In other words, as I pointed out, if you take any one line in the affidavit or any one thing, no, I wouldn't have arrested Laurie for any one thing, for her phone bill, for any one thing. But you have to look at the case as a whole and put all those elements together.
And then when pushing this case together as a whole, is that where the common sense analysis that you were referring to?
And that's what I meant by that. You have to look at it globally, not microscopically at one thing, because even I would agree, no, you wouldn't arrest someone on one thing, on any case.
there was discussions about why you didn't look at this as a self-defense case.
Yes.
And when you are investigating self-defense cases, are you generally dealing with someone that is shot in the back?
In the back of the head, no, sir. No, sir.
Are you dealing with individuals whose body has been hidden for over 2 years?
Never.
When you're dealing with self-defense types of allegations, are they normally reported to law enforcement?
In my experience, they've always been reported.
And so once again, going to the totality of the circumstances and all the evidence from all the various sources that you reviewed, is that why that you excluded self-defense as a potential issue in this case?
Yes, sir.
Now, as it relates to getting records for individuals, the Facebook records and other records obtained in this case, were many of those obtained by search warrant?
Yes.
And when we talk about a search warrant, what has to go into a search warrant?
Probable cause.
Meaning what?
We have to have a reason, a probable cause reason, to look into that person's personal stuff, their Facebook records, their phone records, whatever.
And so there are prohibitions from law enforcement just getting records from anybody that they might want to get records from.
Correct.
Do you have to then, when you're talking about probable cause, does that have to go to a judge and be approved?
Yes, it does.
And all of that was done for the records, the Facebook records in this case?
Correct, yes, sir.
But at the time of the investigation, did you have any probable cause to obtain records for any other individual?
We did not.
And is simply Mr. Wiggs telling you, hey, you need to look into Jeremy Townson, probable cause in order to get his Facebook records?
No.
Is Mr. Wiggs telling you, hey, you need to look into James Ballou, probable cause to get any records from him?
No.
And also, going back to common sense, if they now have a single source as the potential person involved in this, why would he give you two names?
In my honest opinion, a wild goose chase.
Okay. Now, when you are looking at evidence of someone actively covering up a crime, is that evidence that they were involved in the crime itself?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, Mr. Wiggs?
Yes, briefly. Ma'am, when the state, just asking you some questions here, talking about common sense and having to procure warrants and the need to get a judicial order, you told me you looked in sufficiently to Jeremy Townson, correct?
Yes, sir.
I had advised the state attorney's office and law enforcement some information regarding him, correct?
You gave us his name, is that what you mean?
Right.
Yes, sir.
Right. And in the investigation that y'all were doing, you did come up with an unknown male contributor at the scene with regards to DNA, correct?
In the house.
Right. So did that trigger your mind? Hey, maybe what Mr. Wicks is saying, we need to look into this guy, Jeremy Townson?
No, because we know Jeremy was in the house.
Okay. So we get a DNA report indicating Laurie's presence is on the ground and a track, and there's another individual that's a male that we can't account for. Y'all don't take any effort relying on this common sense principle to see who that was?
Well, first of all, I think the DNA wasn't able to be compared, if I remember. I'd have to look at a report. Second of all, if it turned out to be Jeremy's or anyone's, it would just show they were in the house, which we know he was in the house.
At the location, potentially, of a conflict, correct?
In the house?
Correct. Or in the rear of the house?
In the house.
Okay. You don't know where any conflict occurred, correct?
No, but it would show he was in the house.
Okay. But you don't know what's going on in the house, correct?
Okay, well, you're telling me we have her DNA in the house, so that doesn't mean she did it.
Providing information to the state, correct?
which I'm finding out months after I arrest her.
Through the state, correct?
Okay, yes, sir.
Did you ask Jeremy Townsend for a swab?
We had nothing to compare it to.
See if he'd send it off to FDLE and see if they could get a match?
We had nothing to compare it to.
Did you try?
We had nothing to compare it to.
Ma'am, did you try?
We had nothing to compare it to, so no.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. State?
Was there any DNA to compare to the tarp,
No, sir.
the strap,
No, sir.
anything in the grave?
No, sir.
The home, when that DNA swab would have happened, would have been at least 2 years since the fire pit and cement slab was installed.
Yes, sir.
And so we are talking about 2 years worth of people going in and out of that sliding glass door.
That's correct.
And in that house, we know that she had a commitment ceremony to Travis Filmer, so he's been in that house.
Yes.
We know her son Aiden's been in that house since then.
Beyond the scope of cross, or redirect, Judge, excuse me.
Overruled. You may proceed.
We know that she has her son Aiden that's been in there.
Yes.
They're on Facebook. There are pictures of parties and things like that going on in that house.
Yes, sir.
There's countless people going through that sliding glass door.
Yes, sir.
So would there be any evidentiary benefit to comparing anything to that DNA?
No, sir.
Even if you got DNA, which there was nothing to compare to on the tarp, would that tell you when that DNA got there?
No, sir.
All right. There's also been an assertion that the arrest was made based upon proximity to the grave, because Laurie was the closest person to where the body was found. When was the body found?
March 9th, 2018.
When was she arrested?
September 17th, 2020.
So there was a lot of other stuff that went into it, more than just proximity.
Yes, sir.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Wiggs?
And just real briefly, you find the body in what time?
Time of day or date?
What year?
2018.
When did you get the Facebook records?
I think also 2018, I think.
2018.
Okay.
So you have these records, you have the body. Obviously, the records aren't very much of a telltale sign if you wait 2 more years to arrest Laurie Shaver, correct?
Well, it wasn't just the records either.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further?
No, sir.
May the witness be released from her subpoena.
I believe that she may be called in rebuttal, but she can be released today.
All right. Thank you for appearing today. You're subject to recall. Have a good day. All right, your next witness.
The state calls James Ballou.
Okay. All right, sir, please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated. Make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to proceed. All right, please state and spell your full legal name.
Jimmy Lee Ballou, Jimmy, Lee, Lee, Ballou, Ballew.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
I'm Jimmy. How y'all doing?
You know Laurie Shaver?
Yes. Yes.
When did you first meet Laurie Shaver?
It was in the summer of 14.
And where did you meet her?
Don Mealy Chevrolet.
And where were you working at the time?
There, Don Mealy.
What was your position there?
Salesman.
And what was the context of the meeting that you had at the Chevrolet dealership with Laurie Shaver?
They were buying a truck.
When you say they, who are you referring to?
Her and her old man.
Do you remember his name?
It's Mr. Shaver.
Michael Shaver?
Michael Shaver, yeah.
And what kind of truck was she looking at that time?
I think it was Silverado, Chevy.
Did they end up purchasing a vehicle that first time that they went to the dealership?
No.
Did there come a time that she returned to the dealership?
Yes.
And when she returned to the dealership, do you remember how she was dressed?
Short shorts, cowboy boots on.
Okay. And was her husband with her?
No.
And what was the purpose of her coming that second time?
I really don't remember, to be honest with you. It was something to do with we owed him something or something for the truck, I
Did they
believe.
end up purchasing a vehicle?
Yeah, they did, yeah.
After that purchase had been completed, did you end up texting with Laurie Shaver back and forth?
Yeah, about the truck and all.
And at some point, did those text messages move on to something other than just the truck purchase?
Yeah.
Did you end up having a physical relationship with the defendant?
Yeah, me and my girlfriend split up. Yep.
Sidebar, please. Please proceed.
You ended up having a physical relationship with Laurie Shaver?
Yes, after me and my old lady split up. Yeah.
And you had mentioned something about split up. You were still married at that time?
No, we wasn't married at that time. No.
What was the relationship status then?
We've been together for, well, me and my wife has been together since 2001.
Okay.
So, yeah.
At the time you started the physical relationship with Laurie Shaver, what was your relationship?
It was girlfriend and boyfriend, I reckon.
I'm sorry, what was your relationship with your wife?
It was girlfriend and boyfriend, I reckon you'd say, before you get married, I mean.
All right. Now, the relationship that you had with Miss Shaver, how long did that last?
Not long at all. Not long at all.
And who ended it?
I did.
Did she want more out of the relationship than you did?
Yeah.
Mr. Robbins? Excuse me.
Sidebar, please. Come on up.
Did she want more out of this relationship than you did?
Yeah.
And where would the physical acts between you and Laurie Shaver occur?
At her house.
And what time of day would they occur?
Oh, I don't know. It's just been years, man.
Do you remember she was working in an office or remotely at that time?
She wasn't working in no office. She's working at home.
And when was the last time that you had any contact with either Laurie Shaver or Michael Shaver?
It was before the summer was up, so it was. I only was probably a month and a half. Probably I'd say June, July. I guess July or August would have been in 2014 was the last contact.
After the relationship between you and Laurie Shaver ended in 2014,
yeah,
was there a time frame that Michael Shaver actually reached out to you to ask for help with something?
Probably about a month later, if not right close to it, he called me and said Laurie's trying to kill herself or she's trying to do something like that, and I said,
all right, sustained.
Without getting into anything.
Okay.
He reached out and asked for help.
Yeah, and I told him that's between y'all. And
did you have any contact with either of them after that?
No.
Have you ever gone back over to the Shaver residence after that?
No.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Mr. Wiggs?
Judge, will you approach, please?
Sidebar, please. Come on up. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court would instruct the jurors to disregard any testimony dealing with violence as testified to by Mr. Ballou. All right, is that satisfactory to the parties?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Please proceed.
I'd already said no further.
Yes, sir. Mr. Wiggs?
No, I don't have anything. Thank you, Judge.
All right, may the witness be excused from his subpoena.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir, for appearing today. You're excused from further testimony. Have a good day.
Thank you. You as well.
Your Honor, can we approach?
Yes, sir. Come on up. ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to conclude for the day at this point, and I would advise you again to please do not discuss the case with each other or anyone else. Should you see the attorneys out and about, please do not speak with them. If they ignore you, they are following the law and doing as they are instructed. Please do not research the case. Please do not view any media or read any articles about the case. And we'll see you tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock at Jury Assembly Room. Have a nice night. Thank you. Has exited the courtroom. Is there anything further before we adjourn for the day?
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Thank you, everyone. See you at 8:30 in the morning. Okay.